Hello again, friends! And you are our friends, and welcome back to another edition of Jim Cornette's Drive Thru right here, another summer edition of Jim Cornette's Drive Thru. That is, if you are listening to it in the summer. We are recording it in the middle of the summer. It is hot outside, and it'll be hot wrestling talk inside the head of this man. I'm the host, the great Brian Last. This man, the star of the Drive Thru, the leader of the cult of Cornette, the troublemaker himself, Mr. Jim Cornette.
I'm here because you promised me fun. You said we were going to have fun, and I believe you mentioned mirth making and merriment and frivolity, and there would be music and potentially dancing.
You took that as a promise.
Yes, because you blatantly said it out loud, and then, like a no-good, dirty Colin Thomson, you've immediately gone back. Did you have your fingers crossed behind your back when you said that? Because you promised me fun, and what I got was a gibberish-filled introduction about the summertime. Even though folks are more than inclined and highly invited to listen to our programming anytime, any season, we're men of all seasons. You spent 15 minutes on a summer and then give me a half-hearted introduction. How is that supposed to be fun?
Well, speaking of the summertime, that Mungo Jerry really was ugly.
You know, in the summertime, when the weather is right, what did he have? Some type of glandular problem? He was the reason why they called him Mungo?
I don't know.
I was just wondering. I don't know.
I'm assuming it's
the lead. Did they ever cure him?
I mean, the band was called Mungo Jerry, but I always think of the lead singer as just him being Mungo himself.
No, I thought his first name was Mungo and his last name was Jerry. I thought that was his backup band.
I don't know. You know what his band is now?
What?
Mungo Geriatric. He's old.
Yeah, I think we got that part. So, before we get started, I'd like to send out some get well soon wishes to America's favorite princess poochie puppy, Harley Quinn Cornette, my beloved little girl who's been under the weather. Apparently now the consensus of opinion is that she ate some type of extraneous poop out in the backyard and got an infection. We noticed she had lost her appetite. She wasn't eating properly. Even her nightly medicines and supplements I wrap up in a little boar's head oven roasted turkey breast, thin slice to make it nice for her. She didn't even want her boar's head. And then she didn't have the eagerness to do her things that she's normally eager to do. And so a couple of days that we said we're getting her checked out, had the blood test. She's got an infection, but now she is in Versailles. Of our friends in Versailles over here, one of has his own clinic. He's a veterinarian or possibly a Presbyterian. I forget which one is which, but he's got his own clinic over there. And he's taken her in and he's given her the VIP treatment with fluids and antibiotics all day, and then brings her home. Stace is staying over there with her so she can have mommy at night. And we're taking care of the poochie, and she's feeling better for anybody that was worried. But get well soon, Harley Quinn.
This has been Reggie's Corner.
Hey! Don't even joke and make mirth about a thing like that.
Hey, what are you feeling about the sad passing of Pee Wee Herman?
Well, you know, I've always been a Pee Wee Herman fan. I was on his side through the whole thing.
Through what? The masturbation thing?
Yeah, but you know, hey,
I didn't know you were going to go right there.
No, I'm telling you, he was. What can be a more epitome of a definition of minding your own business? He was minding his own business
in a movie theater.
Yes,
with his pants around his ankle.
You're supposed to mind your own business wherever you're at. And he was minding his own business. And I'll tell you another thing, it wouldn't have been so bad and it wouldn't have got so many headlines if they had allowed Pee Wee Herman to represent himself in the court case, because unlike the lawyer he was absolutely positive he could get himself off.
I remember you were on Adelphi University Radio with David the Pile Driver Schwartz years ago. He must have gotten an audio recording with you at a Resi's convention, and you said you were eating a Pee Wee Herman sandwich. That's a Reuben, hold the pickle.
Yes, yes. One of my favorite sandwiches.
Oh, no, you said
Except,
Paul Heyman was eating that. Excuse me.
well, I can't remember what I said 30 years ago, but I remember that joke. So, yeah, Heyman was eating the Pee Wee Herman special. It's a Reuben hold the pickle.
Pee-wee's Big Adventure had your longtime nemesis, Little John, Silo Sam, in the film. Did you see the movie when it came out? When did you first see it?
No, I don't know that I ever saw it. Because I didn't, it was sometime in the late 80s, right?
I think 85, maybe 85, 86.
Or mid 80s. Okay, yeah. I didn't see a fucking movie for like 7 or 8 years. When are you going to fucking see a movie? 3,000 miles a week in a car and fucking 7 shows plus a set of interview tapings.
Eating Domino's in the hotel at night?
Yeah, they didn't show movies on TV back then that were in the theaters like they do today. You had your choice of if you were at a good enough hotel, you got HBO. And in 1985, HBO was showing shit from 1978 or whatever.
Was it a big deal to you if a hotel had HBO?
Yeah, because a lot of them didn't back then. They just had the local stations. Every hotel was not equipped with cable at that point. So you got what you got. So I missed a lot of TV. I got to see all the late night shit, but I missed everything else.
But HBO specifically was something that hotels and motels marketed, like on their signs. They would say, we have HBO, not like we have CNBC, we have, any of these other channels. HBO was a selling point.
Well, it depended on, what hotel you were staying in. Sometimes instead of HBO, it said XXX, and that just meant they didn't actually know the name of their movie channel. So they were just putting asterisks up there or whatever.
All right.
Yeah, so I don't know. But also when I heard that fucking Little John was in the flick, I didn't want to see it out of general principle. 25,000 people in Texas Stadium, and we had to fucking work with him. I've got some news for you before we go into other news that I revealed before. I don't know if you know this or not, right? I got to go to this screen here on my computer. Now, we dodged a bullet earlier this year when the Raka Khan lawsuit, apparently trickled off into the ether. So myself, The Rock, Home Depot got off by the skin of our teeth. And then I believe I just read you. I don't know if it was on the experience we just did a couple of days ago. It may have been on last week's Drive Thru, but it was recently that Dwayne somebody, is suing the WWE and AEW for like $200 million and also to be named the head of AEW, and all of the trademarks that the WWE possesses have to refer back to him because the Bullet Club stole his booking ideas, right? You remember this.
Of course.
Well, I tell you, it's a pattern of behavior now. We scoffed and we laughed at these people filing their homemade lawsuits, but apparently, Brian, where there's smoke, there's fire. Or at least somebody's been smoking something. Because this is starting now to be a pattern of behavior, I'm beginning to think there's something to this. Have you heard about the newest lawsuit?
I don't know.
Apparently, this is not in Youngstown, Ohio, in the U.S. District Court, that the previous one, this one, has been filed against Vince McMahon and the WWE before the U.S. District Court of the Western District of Pennsylvania. And the name of the person filing it is Dana W. Wiley. What do you want to bet that W stands for, Wayne? It's got to be.
Why would it be Wayne?
Remember we were talking about
the serial killer thing?
The serial killer thing. If it's not Dwayne, it's going to be Wayne. It's either Dwayne or Wayne. Dana W. Wiley. Dana Wayne.
Dana Warrior.
Dana Warrior Wiley. I didn't think she was that wily. But
that's
anyway, whether it's Dana Wayne, Dwayne, Dana Warrior Wiley, how do you do, Mrs. O'Wiley? For all you Andy Griffith Show fans out there. Dana has alleged breach of contract and failure to reimburse a $5,500 down payment hangout. Wait a minute, this is a quote. A $5,500 down payment hangout. What app email contract to personal fan meet World Wrestling Entertainment employee Alexia Bliss.
Oh, this guy got scammed.
The lawsuit, which was handwritten, that's shocking, also claims that McMahon breached an agreement for Wiley to become a WWE employee with a $70,000 per month salary. In the lawsuit, Wiley alleges that McMahon discriminated against him after, and this is a quote, apparently in the handwritten document, plaintiff was arrested and charged for attempted homicide, aggravate assault against Newcastle, Pennsylvania law enforcement on October 22, 2022, order the United States Secret Service and Pennsylvania State Police Troop, D, Major Case Team, to possess a warrant to unlawful seized search I, plaintiff, phone device, and property in conspiracy theory plot to obstruct and destroy any evidence supporting these facts that World Wrestling Entertainment employee Alexia Bliss email text to I, plaintiff, Hangout,
oh my God,
WhatsApp email business accounts.
This is definitely more Rockacon than Dwayne Williams or whatever it was the other day, just because it's completely out there.
This guy apparently was arrested for attempted homicide and aggravated assault against the Newcastle, Pennsylvania law enforcement by what he's saying here, and that's why McMahon was discriminating against him. And Wiley is seeking $6 million for breach of contract as well as the reimbursement of all legal fees. We're not sure whether, I think he put up a $5,500 down payment on a hangout with Alexia Bliss. But
and he can't even spell her name right. I'm guessing that's why you're reading it that way.
Yes, that's why I'm reading it. Oh, I read what he wrote. And apparently Wiley previously attempted to sue Vince McMahon as well as members of DX and the NWO.
Oh.
Claiming that he had signed a fair use contract for the trademarks of those groups back in 1995 on the steps of a courthouse in Newcastle, Pennsylvania. After he was sentenced in an unrelated criminal case. Apparently he is saying that he was sentenced on an unrelated criminal case in Newcastle, Pennsylvania, exited the courthouse, was on the front steps of the courthouse, and signed a contract for giving the Vince McMahon the fair use of these trademarks that he came up with, apparently DX and NWO. But he says he was ignored for over 20 years and not paid. But apparently that lawsuit at some point that we didn't hear about was later dismissed.
That Bullet Club guy probably wouldn't like this guy. If this guy's saying he has the NWO and DX stuff and the Bullet Club was just a multiple generation away ripoff of the fucking DX and NWO stuff, I could see this being a feud.
I'm thinking that maybe a Bullet Club guy, Dwayne, needs to sue Dana Wayne or Dana W.
As long as they file everything in writing.
How is it that I didn't know you were allowed to file shit in court in handwritten form?
You can file all sorts of shit in handwritten form. And in court, anyone could sue anyone if it's frivolous and eventually goes away. But this is a case of this guy. It sounds like someone scammed this guy, possibly, or that he made the whole thing up. Someone scammed the guy on WhatsApp, said they were Alexa Bliss or Alexia Bliss. He believed it and gave them $5,500. And then what came next? He got into a fight with the Secret Service? What did you say?
Apparently, he's claiming that Vince McMahon has been ignoring him since he was arrested for these violent acts against law enforcement back in October of last year. I don't know what his current legal status is, this guy, besides what he's filing. He may have more filed against him than he's filing against other people, it sounds like. But, again, there's a pattern of behavior here. It's obvious that where there's smoke, there's fire. Vince McMahon is stealing a lot of people's ideas. And he's on WhatsApp. What's up, WhatsApp?
All the kids are all on WhatsApp. I don't know if Vince McMahon is.
Well, no, Vince is on WhatsApp pretending to be Alexia Bliss.
Well, that's the other weird thing. He's not even saying he got scammed by Alexia Bliss. He's saying that Vince McMahon was pretending to be her.
No. He didn't say that at all. Didn't you clearly hear?
I thought you just said that.
No, it's apparently that besides being pissed off because he put down a deposit on a hangout with Alexia Bliss, that Vince McMahon has ignored him and discriminated against him since he was arrested for attempted homicide on law enforcement in whatever fucking county.
Well, Vince has his own legal problems. Why would he want to associate with someone who's getting into that kind of trouble?
Well, that's Vince's side of things. He'll be allowed to I'm sure, to answer this complaint as soon as he's served, which has apparently not been done as of yet. But he can present his side of the story. Hey, I don't want to touch this guy. I mean, I stole his ideas 25 years ago for the NWO and shit.
I wonder who's going to get jurisdiction over Vince. The feds will jump in and take this into their thing, or if this will be the Western District of Pennsylvania, wherever you said it was.
Do you think that's what they were searching for when they did the search the other day, the search warrant? Lined him up against the wall, ran through his pockets, gave him a body cavity search. What did the government do?
See, I like the idea of him pretending to be Alexa Bliss.
Oh, I thought you liked the idea of giving Vince a body cavity search.
No. Even Linda didn't like that. Where's Linda?
Oh, that Thursday nights were hell around Greenwich when it came up body cavity search night. She didn't like that at all.
I know this is my show, but this is your story. I don't know.
Well, no, I wanted to bring that to your attention. We're trying to keep ahead of all these. You know, the lawsuits are flying hot and heavy because the big Endeavor thing is going to close in September.
Oh, this guy doesn't want to lose out? Yeah, that's a good point.
Yeah, see, it's all going to come to light now. All the past misdeeds and et cetera. You know, we need to stay away from those people.
Which
they're
people?
Well, the WWE and all the people they do business with, and AEW and anybody with the middle name of Wayne or Dwayne, all these people are in litigation. You need to stick, folks, with the people named Jim and Brian. We don't do anything wrong. As a matter of fact, we're doing something right. I just made the big announcement on the experience here over the weekend, or at the first of the week, whenever you consumed it, that the big project is now coming to fruition for the 40th anniversary of the Midnight Express, which comes this November through the following year. That was our first year together. And 2023, 2024 is the anniversary. And I will try to briefly, if anybody wants to hear the whole story in detail, it's on the experience last week. And also the clip is up on YouTube, because I'm not going to go in as much detail and hopefully break down as much as I did on that one. But succinctly, the 40th anniversary of the Midnight Express is obviously this year going to be the last one, because we can't do any more official Midnight Express reunions without Bobby Eaton, nor would we even be doing an official anniversary package like this without Bobby Eaton, except that, as I mentioned in the story, this was the last time that Bobby signed his name was on the contracts to make these action figures happen for the 40th anniversary package. And that was about 3 days before he passed away, when he was going home from the hospital. So this is the last official project that Bobby could be involved in, which is why that it's an official deal. And this is the final celebration of anniversaries for the Midnight. We got the 20, 25, 30, 35, and now 40. That's better than a lot of people. But anyway, for the first time ever, action figures of all four members of the Midnight Express in a collector's set. The biggest project that Cornette's Collectibles has ever undertaken, in conjunction with Figures Toy Company, who's done all of my figures. They've been so popular. This we tried to do as good of a job on to make a really cool collector's package as possible, because we knew even at everybody's age and, you know, the situation, nobody is going to be doing extensive live appearances. We've already done the fan fests, and we've done videos, and we've done the Midnight Book. but we had never done the action figures something like this, and we wanted to make it special. So not only do the action figures of Bobby, Stan, Dennis, and I, and mine is a completely different color scheme than an outfit than any that we've sold singly of me so far. It comes in a collector's box, display box. You can set it on the shelf. It's got photos of us in various moments throughout our careers wearing all the gold, blah, blah, blah. The set also comes with a 28-page full-color book of milestones of our careers, highlights of the big gates and crowds, the championships won and lost, the contract disputes, and it's updated from the Midnight Express 25th anniversary scrapbook to cover the last 15 years. Also, an autographed reunion photo of all four of us. Most of the packages will have autographs from Stan and Dennis and myself, and I will personalize the photos per specifications, however somebody wants it. But we do have about 100 pictures that Bobby had signed back in 2019 at one of the fan fests that I'd held back. And those will be, obviously, all this information is on JimCornette.com right now. You're going to see the banner with the pictures of all of the merchandise on the homepage. You can click and have the all the written information. But basically, this is one last big collector's piece to right a wrong that has been done to the Midnight, that we never had a figure set together. Dennis has never had a figure at all. I've been reminded that Bobby and Stan, like almost 20 years ago, Jax did Legends figures of Bobby and Stan. It looked nothing like them, by the way. But when I'd mentioned that, because I asked Stan one time before, I said, Stan, you had figures one time, didn't you? He said, I did. That's how much money they made off of them. That Stan Lane doesn't even remember he had one. So we've talked about, the fact that a lot of the guys got screwed on merchandise, either not having it, working for Crockett, or not getting paid properly because the royalties were the shits. And I've told the story many times that we never got 1 cent on the Starrcade 86 VHS home video that was the first wrestling tape that ever went gold. But nevertheless, we're going to rectify that because Dennis, Stan, myself, and Bobby's kids and grandkids are going to share equally in the profits from this set because we're eliminating the middleman. You can only get it at JimCornette.com. It'll not be sold anywhere else by anybody else except when they start reselling them on eBay for multiples of this price. And the set is limited to 2,000 editions. So this is it, folks. If you love the Midnight Express, you're an action figure collector, you'd like to do something to show these guys your appreciation or all of the above, you can, as I said, go to JimCornette.com right now and see all the pictures of all the merchandise and all the written information. And pre-orders start on Saturday, September 2nd at noon Eastern at JimCornette.com. You can't do anything right now except look. But between September 2nd and the first weekend of October is going to be a month-long pre-order period. The figures are already in the United States. We've got everything standing by. And what we're going to do to avoid being slammed and not be able to send everybody their shit out until next Valentine's Day, you will be able to pre-order these figures only, not any other merchandise on the site. We're not going to get complicated and keep your money for stuff we already have actively being shipped out. But you'll be able to pre-order the set. And during the month of September, I'm going to sign all the pictures for the pre-orders. We're going to be packing boxes. We're going to be getting the labels done. The feather bottoms are going to be working overtime. And starting the second week, I believe it is, of October, all the pre-orders will be mailed out ahead of everybody else. So if you want to get in on this, as I said before, we don't know, with the feedback that I got on Twitter, that sounds like it's going to sell out in 2 hours. I will be more cautiously optimistic that it will go quickly, but I don't know whether it's going to sell out the first day or in 6 months. So if you want to make sure to lock yours in, the pre-orders starting Saturday, September 2nd will be the way to do it. And then the general on sale, if there are any left, starts the first Saturday of October with our big Christmas on sale at JimCornette.com. And Brian, did I cover all of the details that the people would need to know about what's going on here with this thing?
I think so. A lot of people, as you obviously saw, extremely excited about the Midnight Express action figures, official Midnight Express action figures. And Stan may have had a figure or two. This has to be the first Dennis Condrey figure ever.
Yes, this is the first time Dennis has had a figure ever. As I mentioned, Stan had
a figure, fabulous ones.
Well, no, did the Fabs have AWA figures?
Yes, they did.
That's right. Okay. And then the one that he forgot about that Jack Specific put out and nobody made any money on 20 years ago.
Based on your involvement with wrestling figures, and you do your own thing, so it's very different than a lot of other people. Most wrestlers don't think, I'll have a figure, let me create a path doing this where I'll make a lot of money. Usually they hope that some company comes to them and says, hey, you want to make a figure? And then something happens. How difficult do you think it is knowing what you're doing, but also having a little bit of an idea what some other people are doing? How difficult is it for wrestlers to actually make money today from some of the modern figures?
Well, here's the problem is that, remember the story went around at the first wave in 85 or whatever that the Sheik got, a big $80,000 royalty check for 1 quarter because there was like 5 figures. Right? Remember we talked about it, the Sheik, and who was the other heel in the first run?
Big John Studd.
John Studd. And
Nikolai Volkov, yeah.
And then there were, for years, figures were a great thing if you were with the WWF because Vince had not only that incredible merchandising and marketing team and scheme and all the deals around the world, but because of their viewership, they sold a huge quantity of things. The problem becomes that the boys have always been screwed in one way or another, unless you were Hulk Hogan or Steve Austin or, that level of a merchandise seller. I'm not going to mention any more names to leave anybody out and let them be insulted. But, if you were just one of the guys on the card and by the time that you ended up getting a figure and, you had a standard royalty rate of 5% in your contract or whatever, you weren't going to be buying second vacation homes anymore after the first run, or unless you were a Steve Austin or Hulk Hogan or John Cena, whatever. Because the promoter not only gets first cut, and most of the guys through the 90s and 2000s, I don't know what their business is right now. But at the same point, I think the guaranteed money has probably come up, but I don't know that I know the royalties came down after the network became a thing because then nobody got anything on DVDs. And that used to be a big part of it. And that's so a lot of guys, especially the older talent that was still getting royalties when the network came up on the DVDs of the big shows they'd been on in the past, older talent, your royalties went from okay to almost non-existent. If that's all you were still being paid on was the pay-per-views and the DVDs and et cetera. But nevertheless, figures. If Walmart's selling them, they're taking a cut. And the distributors and the manufacturer and the promoter gets first crack. So again, the boys have never been paid a superstar level royalty rate unless they got to the point that a Hogan or an Austin got where they were just such a money machine that you had to. I think the joke was when WCW and Bischoff first signed Hogan, they would actually lose money every time they sold a Hulk Hogan t-shirt because they gave him such a big cut. And they still had to get it made and they had to get it distributed and the stores had to take their cuts and et cetera, et cetera. It may not have been true, but it was probably close. But most of the time, the boys, even though they were getting big checks for either big checks for their frame of reference or big checks for the time period, they weren't necessarily getting big checks for the amount of shit overall that was being sold with their name and likeness and work on it. Does that make any sense?
Makes a lot of sense.
So that's why we're cutting the middleman out. We've bought the figures and we're selling the figures. And this is the Midnight Express's pension fund. So I appreciate everybody that's going to, and it's not a GoFundMe. It's a send me your money and I will send you an equal or greater value in goods and services. So we like that better.
All right. Well, speaking of things we like, that's not a transition in any way to what
I don't know
about.
what you're talking about.
Well, it's my show.
It's your program.
And Jim, last night was someone else's show.
Oh.
It was the season finale of Dark Side of the Ring, the Marty Jannetty episode. It's been an interesting season, and it was an interesting ending to the season.
You know, I don't know if Marty's side is dark or just kind of dim. I don't know Marty that well. I obviously have interacted with Marty on a few occasions at different places in the past. Haven't seen him in many, many years, but was never around him to the point where we were going to sit down and, just have conversations. But I do remember when speaking to him in years gone by that, he's a country boy from Columbus, Georgia, but I wasn't immediately struck with this guy's out of his fucking mind. But I wonder if this condition might have progressed somewhat. But we can analyze this thing from, again, I hate that so many guys couldn't, as Al Snow put it in this, get out of their own way. I know now that I guess he's happy that people still remember him or are talking about him or whatever, but is it that rewarding, Brian, when people are talking about you like, yeah, what the fuck happened to him in that kind of way? Is that kind of notoriety still what you would want to aspire to?
Certainly not something you would want to aspire to, but it does seem like he does get a perverse kick out of either creating stories about himself or not saying no about stories about himself or people having stories about him. It doesn't seem like it bothers him.
I don't know. I hate
but it also doesn't seem like he makes good choices and decisions.
Well, yeah, that was a recurring theme in the program. And I hated to see at the start. I had no idea he was in that bad physical condition, that he's in the wheelchair most of the time. His leg and foot was grossly swollen / disfigured, whatever the fuck. It's an ankle injury that he got, almost 30 years ago. But my God, one of the talking heads was his orthopedic doctor, who's a childhood friend. And they asked him, they said, like, well, what kind of pain is Marty in daily on a scale of 1 to 10? He's like 12 on a good day.
That's a doctor.
Jesus. And the talking heads were Al Snow and the doctor, and Marty Jannetty's, he described her as his St. Louis girlfriend for the past 40 years, Karen, who had interesting insights, and Pat Tanaka, haven't seen him in ages, Brutus and Missy Beefcake. I was not aware that Missy Beefcake, she was, said his manager, his wife and manager. I didn't know he was still wrestling, didn't know he had a manager.
How long had they been married? Because I didn't realize, too, it seemed like she knew who everyone was. Like, she was talking about Marty Jannetty like she knew him as well as Brutus did.
I don't know. I don't know how long they've been married, but I've never seen her as his manager. Perhaps she's his handler instead, nevertheless. And then Mean Mike Moran.
He was good. I actually thought he was one of the best ones in the whole thing.
But when I first saw him, I'm like, who the fuck is that? And then I realized I never really paid any attention to disorderly conduct, but I remember the Texas Hangmen from years ago.
Yeah.
I didn't, because I was thinking Mean Mike Miller, Nevertheless, anyway, they all universally said throughout the whole program, we love Marty. But he's full of shit. He tells stories that you can't believe, and he's his own worst enemy and always gets in his own way. And if this is your friends, I'd hate to hear what his enemies say about him. But I remember, we've talked about before, right as we were finishing up in Mid-South, I think it was probably September, October, November of '84. That's when Jose Lothario had trained Shawn Michaels and sent him over to Mid-South to, just to work, to get some practice. And he was jerking the curtain and, putting the stars over. And we worked with Shawn at that point and said, wow, Bobby even said, this kid's good. He was starting to do spots with Shawn because he could already pick up on shit like that. And then, not having any idea that they would have anything to do with each other, we worked with Marty Jannetty back in 1985 when Fritz had booked us out to Kansas City on at least 2 of those 4 or 5 dates we did. And thought the same thing. Why? Because at that point, Marty Jannetty was partners with Bulldog Bob Brown. And obviously,
polar opposites. Can you imagine?
Yeah. Can I imagine? I had to look at it in person.
That's right.
We had to work with it. You can imagine which one of that team that the Midnight, Bobby and Dennis, kept in the ring most of the time, Marty Jannetty. And he was very good at that point. So, we were already familiar with him. But when we saw the Midnight Rockers in the AWA, that pissed everybody off. It pissed the Rock and Roll off, Ricky and Robert, because what the fuck? They're doing their gimmick and the name Rockers, and me and the Midnight were like, how did we get into fucking this? Vern stole both of our names at the same time. And I know it was the Rock and Roll Express Mania, which kind of was like, 2 years after Road Warrior Mania. The Road Warriors get over as the most over tag team in the business, and all of a sudden everybody's got a mohawk and everybody's bodybuilders and everybody's painting their face and wearing spikes and leather. And you went through it was almost 10 years. I mean, every indie, every outlaw show had somebody that looked like the Road Warriors. You remember that. Of course. Well, it was the same thing. 2 or 3 years later, starting in 86 with the 85, late 85, when the rock and roll blew up, then you had every territory. Remember, in Continental, Mike Davis and Tommy Lane were the rock and roll RPMs. And
they were record players.
Yes. And it was a rib that Nick Goulas was still trying to run, his own little independent shows in Central Tennessee. And he had one guy was named Tommy Heggie, who was just a local guy from there. And I can't remember his partner. They were the Stop and Go Express. Like it was like a convenience store, because Stop and Go, somehow in somebody's mind that equaled action and then not. I don't know. But the most accomplished of the rock and roll, and really the Rock and Roll Express was an offshoot of the Fabulous Ones, as we all know who have studied our Tennessee history. But the Fabs were completely different in that they weren't tailored to the teeny boppers. It was more of a college girl type of thing. And Ricky and Robert, went for the high schoolers. But anyway, the most accomplished offshoots of the rock and roll, the Fantastics were the best team in the ring. The Rockers were next, but they didn't have the longevity of either the rock and roll or the Fantastics because of all of their issues where they bounced from territory to territory and didn't get a good run anywhere with anything.
Do you consider the Fantastics a takeoff of the rock and roll, or a version of them, or the Fabulous Ones? And to that topic, do you consider the Rock and Roll Express to be because of the Fabulous Ones, or do you see it as two separate things?
Well, the Fantastics' direct lineage was to the Fabulous Ones, but the reason why that they kept getting booked was because of the rock and roll. Because every place where the rock and roll worked and then left, they would want the closest thing they could get to another rock and roll tag team, which would be the Fantastics, which is why, honestly, we've said Bobby and Tommy didn't get over as well in places where the rock and roll had already been, as they did in Texas, because they went first before the rock and roll. And in Texas, the girls on the way to the ring were literally ripping their fucking clothes off. And it was a mania over the whole MTV style tag team generation, and it was whoever you saw first. So the Fabs were the fathers of the whole thing. The rock and roll got to national television first. Vern didn't know what to do with Stan and Steve. And then it took off from there. But nevertheless, so in the AWA, the Midnight Express and the Rock and Roll Express have just had the biggest tag team program of modern times, and up pops Shawn and Marty as the Midnight Rockers and I guarantee you somebody suggested that to Vern, because I don't even think Vern would have been that hip and cool with the young kids, hey, fellow kids type of thing.
We have a big Wrestle Rock show coming up.
Yeah, a really big show, and Roger Kent will tell you all about it. I mean, in the early 80s, Vern Gagne's TV announcer still sounded like Walter Winchell. So he was not ahead of his time. But then with Pat Tanaka and Paul Diamond, Bad Company, who were at that point they were the newsletter readers' favorites, right? At that point, because they were so good in the ring, they were having good matches, and the early observer readers and newsletter readers, they were kind of a cult favorite, even though, bless them all, nobody drew any money for Vern at that time because the company had petered out.
Well, the thing was, they were one of the only things to watch the AWA to see. Bad Company were a good tag team. Pat Tanaka, as crazy as he may be, and you want to talk about someone who has a lot of stories, Pat Tanaka, he was great in the ring.
Just tremendous. And whatever happened to Paul Diamond?
He later became Max Moon.
But I mean, is he still around?
I don't know. I mean, he's not dead. I mean, he's around somewhere.
Well, that's hopefully the answer I was hoping to hear. But anyway, with the matches with Tanaka and Diamond, and then Buddy Rose and Doug Summers got him a lot of attention with everybody, and that as you said was probably the only reason to watch AWA television at that point. And then they were out. I think, did the original Midnight Dennis and Randy, did they come in? The Rockers were still there.
Yeah, well, let's see.
Yes.
The Rockers got their WWE tryout, I believe, summer of '87, and then that didn't work out, and they went to Continental. They did the not USWA, it was CWA still, but they did Memphis. They were in the House of Guleen briefly, and then they returned to the AWA, and actually, I think they worked with the new Midnight Express.
I think that's when Dennis and Randy came in, and then they got the Rockers got their chance to go back and try Vince again. But
because they worked with Adonis and Bob Orton. They worked, obviously, the big one that everyone remembers from '86 is Summers and Buddy Rose with Sherry Martel. They were there for a while on and off.
So, but at any rate, and you said the tryout, it wasn't a tryout. They had been hired. The AWA matches got them over on the TV. They got somebody put a word in. They bring the Rockers to the WWF, and their first night at TV, this was a story all over the locker rooms, because, I mean, it took the Freebirds like a week, right, in '84 to get fired?
No, it was a little longer than that, but it was pretty quick.
Maybe even a month, right? But the Rockers came in, debuted on television, went to the bar, got in fucking trouble, fucked up, and got fired in one night. And I can't remember, they said they started throwing glasses and whatever. There was a more elaborate story that I heard at the time. It's been 35 years. I can't remember what the fuck, but it was laughed about in locker rooms across the country that they were already getting a reputation. These two fuck-ups went to the WWF and got fired their first night there. That was, every fuck-up in wrestling had never been able to accomplish that, right?
Well, remember too, if it, again, I'm just doing this off the top of my head, but if it was the summer of '87, that's coming right off Vince having to fire the Sheik and Duggan for getting into the papers for their thing. I'm just thinking about, because Vince put up with a lot of shit and didn't fire people in that era.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. That's why it was all the more remarkable. Their first fucking night. It was like, and they beat the Freebirds. See that right there when you've established yourself in the 80s as being able to out fuck up the Freebirds, you've created, a name for yourself. And that's when everybody starts saying, hey, it's Jannetty's bad decisions. And I love the footage of them in Continental. And remember, that was when Continental, my God, was soon to close up and the buildings were empty. That's where Cactus had, just starting down there, I think, at that point. But the footage of the Rockers, they were teamed with Danny Davis. And he was not amused by it's not like that they traveled together. And they did that. And then to Memphis, as you said, there were almost no territories left, and they, burnt their bridges. And I'm not even sure if there was even ever discussion of them in either Crockett or WCW, because for most of the time, Ricky and Robert were there, but then Ricky and Robert were gone. A couple of times they got mad about they got mad about payoffs, but at the same time, the Fantastics were there. So they really didn't have any place to fucking go.
The other thing is, again, Rock and Roll Fallout with Dusty in the beginning of 88. They're gone for the majority of the year. It's 88 when the Rockers signed with WWE, WWF at the time. If they had come in, even though they were incredibly talented in the ring, unless they had a gimmick change, I couldn't imagine it would have worked as well as the Fantastics, because it would have been a direct ripoff of the Rock and Roll where they were the hottest. Yeah,
it would have. They would have probably been attacked by women in a manner in which they weren't accustomed. The girls in the Carolinas would have probably been beating them with sticks because they weren't Ricky and Robert. Like you said, it would have been the equivalent of when they tried to replace Dog in Mid-South with George Wells and everybody else. It was just almost, you could see through it.
It was like when they replaced the Dukes of Hazzard and they got like two cousins that looked exactly the same with the same hair color and everything.
Yeah, and see, I think that's why Dusty went for Bobby and Tommy when I pitched it, because they were a great babyface tag team, but it was completely different gimmick and look and style of working and the whole 9 yards. So it would hopefully appeal to the same audience without looking like a direct, here's the Great Value version, right? But anyway, they get the second chance in the WWF, and that one was the long run that they're remembered for. But then they went into the Rocker Dropper lawsuit, and I guess it was impossible to explain to a jury. But for us and for wrestling fans and or anybody in the wrestling business seeing that footage back, it was obviously the guy's fault, not Marty Jannetty's. Nobody would take a bump that way. I mean, he jumped up, stood up, and then fucking pushed off to go head first into the fucking ring. If you'd ever not only even seen that move or any kind of move like it, or just had a basic goddamn picture in your head of physics, wouldn't you just do a belly flop?
Well, again, they showed that earlier move from the match where, again, he went head first for something where you're not supposed to. And that was the era where guys could still get in and lie about their experience and get used as job guys. And that's what happened. And they brought up how Dean Malenko was brought into the courtroom to take the rocker dropper, and he popped right back up to show the jury he was fine. I believe the defense, or not the defense, I believe Chuck Austin's side, they brought in like Bruno Sammartino, who I hated Vince at the time. So here's Dean Malenko who could take the modern moves, and here's Bruno like, oh, they tried to kill everyone. Everything's awful,
Well, you know what I was reminded of that pissed me off? After they dropped the guy on his head and he was paralyzed, they turned him over and their finish was the rocket launcher. So they not only stole our names, they stole my fucking move. Anyway, the $20 million judgment was reduced to $10 million on discount.
When you weren't not getting along with Shawn Michaels, did he ever say anything to you about the Midnight Express?
No, we never had a conversation that wasn't about business, or if I was working with him, if I was the manager, about our match, or if I was in the office about what I'd been told that he was supposed to do. I don't think we ever had a personal conversation. Right. I'm trying to think. Nope. Not that I can think of.
Not like, excuse me, Sean, I have your hair if you want it back.
No, never got to that point either. I'll tell you in a minute, interaction that we all had, Sean and I and Marty, but we're not there yet. Apparently St. Louis Karen hates Sean, but she did say that Sean didn't have as bad a habit as Marty had back then. Have you heard the story where I heard they got in a fight at one point. I didn't know that Sean knocked Marty out a hotel room window in that fight.
I always heard that they got into a major blow up in a hotel right before the breakup on TV.
Yeah.
I had never heard those details, though.
And it's pretty obvious that we all knew that Marty won the eventual end of the fight because Sean's 0 for life in actual fights. But so they could have come out and said it, but they hinted around that Sean went and politicked to Vince to break him up and break the team up and make him a single, which obviously is exactly what happened.
Is that wrong, though? If you're Shawn Michaels, is that wrong?
Well, no, it's here's the thing. In this case, it was justified. I mean, he made a lifelong habit of going to Vince, sometimes it might not have been justified, but in this case, he realized that he was moving up, but Marty, for doing all the stupid things that Marty was doing, was going to bury him sooner or later, and he saw the chance to get ahead. Now, here's the thing. Most people would have said, you know what, Marty, I'm going to go ask to be a single because I can't fucking deal with this anymore. But I'm sure Sean just went to Vince and planted the idea and let Vince do it so that, because then, as Marty said, Vince sat him down and said, well, I think I'm going to split y'all up. And Sean's like, okay. Because that's what they'd already been talking about. And it's, obvious.
How often does that happen, though? I mean, I'm sure there's examples I'm not thinking of off the top of my head where there's a tag team and they're successful, and eventually they get to that point where they don't want to work with each other, but one guy has a potential future and one guy, for various reasons, doesn't have that same future. I mean, if Sean's going to Vince and saying, look, I'm taking this seriously, I don't want to be dragged down by what this guy's doing, you can understand why Vince saw his way.
And I mean, that's especially in the territories that used to happen all the time. And I can't call one off the top of my head now, but, because it's been 70 years of history, but you would always get, well, as a matter of fact, we just were talking about the Chris Colt episode of Dark Side of the Ring. Chris Colt and Mike Boyette were two pieces of work, if ever there were ones. And I loved Mike Boyette as a person, but holy mackerel, he had issues. They came into Tennessee as a team, but they never actually made it to Louisville. They made a couple of shots in Memphis, and then they were Mike was on a card or two with Chris, who had a different partner, Bill Dundee, and then Boyette was gone. Apparently, Bill Anderson told Evan and the guys at Darkside that they were coming back from one of the first shows they made in the car in the middle of the night, and all of a sudden, Chris just turned around and started beating the shit out of fucking Mike Boyette for no reason right in the car. And what the fuck? And they put him out and left him on the side of the road. And the next day they went over to Colt's apartment and he didn't even remember that it had happened. But then he went to fucking Nick and said, well, it's us or him. And goddamn, I don't know. It's 2 against 1. Nick can keep the 2 guys or get rid of the 1 guy or whatever. But shit like that would happen all the time.
How about Steamboat and Youngblood? Somewhat of a similar situation where Jay Youngblood was partying a lot and Steamboat wasn't a partier. And even though they were the perfect babyface tag team, for that reason, that was one of the reasons it just didn't work going forward after 1984, 83?
Yeah, because Ricky was obviously very clean and knew that Jay was in trouble and he couldn't do it. And well, there was Eddie and Jerry Graham.
Yeah.
In New York, in the, they're selling out Madison Square Garden, but Eddie had enough of Jerry and had made the contacts he needed to make and learned things he needed to learn and went to Florida and was successful for 25 years. And Jerry was drunk for 25 years. So, anyway, this one is more well remembered than most because of the barbershop window deal. And I know this was during your heyday as a young fan, right?
I was 11. Yeah.
This was unusually violent for WWF television at the time, right? You never saw broken glass, plus the fact that it was a shocking turn because you didn't see turns all the time. You didn't see people get thrown out of windows all the time. But why else was this so well remembered in your mind?
Again, it wasn't an angle-heavy period when it came to the syndicated programs. Brutus Beefcake's Barbershop, I believe, was on Saturdays. That had been the spot way back that had been Piper's Pit, Brother Love, various people throughout the years. In 91, it was the Barbershop. It was a way to get Brutus involved because he couldn't wrestle yet because of the parasailing accident. They were teasing the breakup. The magazine did have stuff. I remember that as a kid. But when Shawn came out there wearing all black, you kind of knew something was about to happen. But no, there was never an angle like that where someone was thrown through the barbershop window. I mean, the most violent ththings in the years leading up to that, DiBiase stuffing $100 bills down Jake Roberts' throat to choke him, to explain why he had to go to prison for a few months or whatever it was in 1989. There were things like that, but to go through glass, that had never been done. And again, because of the issues with Jannetty, it was like they started it, and then pretty quickly, Jannetty was gone. And then he came back to work with Shawn like a year later.
And another of the, we started joking about it at the end of the 90s, he and the Sheik, and they mentioned that. I think Al Snow did. He and the Iron Sheik were running the race. Who can get fired and brought back the most? And the new Rock, I couldn't believe they had video of him in India driving the motorcycle through the hotel lobby.
Oh my God. And when they said he crashed into someone, I'm like, no, he didn't. And yeah, he crashed right into someone and knocked him into the fountain.
I couldn't believe that. And for those of you who didn't see the episode, he borrowed a cop's motorcycle out in front of a 5-star hotel on can I ride? And then gets on it, rides it into the hotel lobby and knocks some mark in the goddamn fountain, wipes out. And that brought him up to the New Rockers in 1996 with Marty and Al Snow. And they said that they thought that Shawn had put a word in for him. Well, I know for a fact that's what happened, and I can tell you how it happened. In July of 1995, we were planning the Smoky Mountain Wrestling Super Bowl of Wrestling. And Al was still working for me. And he was teamed with Glenn Jacobs, who was Unabomb. But at the Super Bowl, Glenn was going to have that match with The Undertaker. And I'd already gotten the date on The Undertaker. So I asked Al, the concept was, for the Super Bowl, we've mentioned it, but basically a championship on the line from every major organization. The WWE Intercontinental title was on the line with the winner of Shawn Michaels and Jeff Jarrett defending against Buddy Landell. And the Smoky Mountain titles were on the line, and the USWA titles from Memphis were on the line. And we basically had somebody from everywhere except WCW. That's why I put in every major promotion, is a little dig. And I went to Al because Al was working also for Gary Woronchak up in Michigan, who was doing Midwest Territorial Wrestling, and Al had his belt, the Midwest Territorial Wrestling Champion. I said, what the fuck? We've got everything else. On the Super Bowl, we've got The Undertaker and Kane, we've got the grudge matches, we've got the angle matches. Al, his thing was being a great in-ring technical wrestler. I said, who can you have the best in-ring wrestling match with on this card? of anybody that is available that we can book that's not under contract. And both of us at first said Chris Benoit. And I called Benoit, and he was booked in Japan or wherever. He wanted to do it, but he couldn't do it. And then I went back to Al. I said, we can't get Benoit. I said, who else? And that's when he said, well, what about Sabu? Because Sabu was starting to get hot in ECW at that point, and he did a lot of independence, but the folks in Knoxville would have not got Sabu. They'd have been as puzzled as I was of why that he was mad at the table. But also that would have been, Brian helped me, that would have been maybe a high spot match, but not a wrestling match. I was looking for a wrestling match.
Right. And the match you got actually ended up being perfect and was one of the best matches of the night.
Well, and that's why then we said, how about Marty Jannetty? And that's what because Al, again, was doing more independence, so he knew more about who was out there. I said, is he in shape? Is he in jail? What's going on? No, he's fine. So we called him and booked him, and he came, and they did almost 30 minutes, and it was a tremendous match, and it was the technical wrestling match that, that we asked for. But as you know, I sent an entire fleet of the Smoky Mountain Wrestling staff cars over to the airport to pick up. We had a wonderful fleet of Pontiacs. Everybody that I could find that had a car, I sent them to the airport to pick up people that were flying in. And Sean and Marty saw each other at the airport for the first time since 93, the last time he had gotten another chance. And got in a car together and rode to the building together and talked. And within whatever point in time, soon after that, Sean had told him, hey, Marty, he looked great. He had a great match, whatever. He put the word in with Vince that maybe, give him another chance. And so that's how that happened. But by the time that opportunity came up and wound its way, and even then they had to do paperwork and stuff. It's not as extensive as now. Al Snow in the WWF as Avatar. And remember, we've talked about that doomed scenario where the first night that Al was there, he tried to do the springboard on the ropes instead of cables, something he had nailed 100 times in a row. I'd seen him. He fell on his ass, and Vince McMahon immediately a circuit breaker flip that he was never going to fucking take Al Snow seriously ever again.
Remember, too, he was a masked wrestler who came out holding the mask in his hand.
Well, that's another thing. That's another thing. Because this was right before I started with the creative team, so I think Bruce tried to explain it to me, but he knew by that point that Vince wasn't caring, so he wasn't putting a lot in. But I don't know what the fuck Avatar was supposed to be. He carries the mask to the ring in his hands and puts it on when the match starts. And there was something about he can do everybody's move because he could do all these moves, right? But it was Vince's simplistic thinking, and then it was put on a fucking guy that then in his mind, oh, fuck, he's doomed forever. So now they got to do something with Al because Vince hates Avatar, but Al's on the roster. So that's when, what about the new Rockers, Marty Jannetty and Al Snow, which got over, in quotation marks, about like we just talked about the Midnight Rockers would have got over following up the Rock and Roll Express. It was ridiculous. And that was very early on in my stint on the creative team. And obviously I liked Al because he had worked for me. I knew him. I didn't have anything against Jannetty as a talent, but when I said the new Rockers, we were thinking of names. Well, Marty Jannetty, everybody knows who he is. I remember Bruce saying, well, what's a Rocker's name? And I don't know if I've told this story or not, but I inadvertently named poor Al. I said, what are you talking about? Teeny bopper fucking rockers like Sean Cassidy or Leif Garrett? And Bruce looked and he got that smile where his mouth spreads out all the way around his jowls and says, how about Leif Cassidy? And I laughed because I thought, yeah, that's good. Yeah, I thought he was joking, right? And he's okay. And he starts writing. So wait a minute, are you serious? He's writing it down. And Vince like, yeah, Leaf Cassidy. I'm like, what the Leaf Cat? So that became Marty Jannetty and Leaf Cassidy, the new Rockers. And that was doomed. And, they phased Marty out and let his contract expire. And they loaned Al to Paul Heyman because Paul asked for him, and he started doing the head thing and under his own name, Al Snow. And by the time that Vince remembered that he still worked there, he had established himself somewhat on that TV. And obviously also by that point, Shitstain was around. So Al got to come back in and use his own name and do the thing he had been doing that got him over. I don't know that Vince ever forgave him for Avatar, but at least he got used better because Al, we wouldn't be talking about Al right now if he'd have stayed there and not gone to ECW, because Vince he already had a place on Boot Hill for Al Snow.
All from that one spot in the first match.
And then it became, because all of us, us being Jim Ross, myself, and the agents, Bruce saw Vince's displeasure and did not choose this hill to die on. But when there'd be meetings and it would be something come up, a spot for somebody to have a good match or a spot for somebody, JR would say, what about Avatar? And it got to be one of the things that Bruce would then make fun of when JR wasn't in the room. If Vince would say, well, who could we put in that match or whatever? About Avatar, he'd do his little impersonation, and it would reinforce to Vince that he didn't like Al Snow. As crazy as all that sounds, that was the way they used to do it. They would figure out if Bruce especially wanted to stir shit, he would fucking say things that are jokes that everybody's laughing about, but he knew which ones would prick Vince to be mad at the fucking poor guy that's not even there, that wasn't even responsible, that wasn't even there. So every time JR would say, what about Avatar? Because he's trying to get Al booked. But then Bruce would make a joke out of it every time you'd mention anybody's name. What about Avatar? And that would remind Vince that he didn't like Al Snow. Moving on.
Should have reminded you don't like Bruce.
Anyway, so Jannetty had several DUIs, was working indies, did a few jail terms on the DUIs, and finally, as they said, quote, hit rock bottom. But then Michaels was on his, well, I guess he was back. He was back from his sabbatical from wrestling from 98 through 2002 or whatever, and now he was on the religious gravy train and invited Marty to a religious ministry deal and baptized him. That, I wish they'd had video of that. And Jannetty said he was clean for like 3 weeks, which was an accomplishment. Did you remember they did a rocker reunion in the WWE in 2005 on, I guess, Raw or SmackDown, one or the other?
Yeah, and I also thought, and I got to go back and check, I thought I remember they brought him back to work with Kurt Angle when they were doing Kurt Angle and Shawn, but I got to go back and check that.
I did not remember the rocker. They showed footage of it. I didn't remember the rocker reunion, but then Jannetty claimed that they offered him $1 million contract to come back because he looked good, but he went to jail because he got in a fight with a stripper. That was 2005, and I was intimately familiar with money that most guys were making because of the developmental program and the money that the guys were aspiring to, and et cetera. And Marty Jannetty did not get offered $1 million contract. If they offered him a contract, which is still pure speculation at that point, and I would think probably not valid, it would have been for like $150,000 downside a year to see what the fuck, if it was even for main roster. But maybe it was he should sue, breach of contract. He can get in on this class action suit with Dwayne and Wayne and whoever these other people are.
He doesn't really seem to be disputing why they fired him or complaining about it. It's just kinda...
No, there was no dispute about anything where he was going to jail, getting DUIs, or fucking up in various ways.
What was it? He had some kind of expression he calls it. It was like God's... It was like...
Wait a minute. Hold on. I wrote it GAT.
GAT. That's what it was.
It's God's amusement toy. When God wants to have fun, he fucks with Marty Jannetty.
In a strip club. Yeah, somehow Marty ends up in a strip club every time God wants to fuck with him.
So then they went to the part where he starts making the weird social media post to get attention. But he claimed the post about his daughter was him being hacked, even though that was no more crazy or misspelled or whatever than any of the other shit that he admits to. But apparently, I don't remember how the story went, but he was wanting to date a girl, and then he found out the girl might be his daughter. And so they had a DNA test, but it found out it wasn't his daughter. But before they found out, he was still contemplating it and asking people if it was wrong. What the fuck was that deal?
I think that was kind of it. I didn't really... we did a segment on things with him way back, but I don't remember all the details.
Yeah, I haven't kept that file handy. But regardless, maybe he was hacked on that one. But then they went into the murder story, which we did, and you can hear that on YouTube, folks. That was just a couple of years ago. It's on the YouTube channel. But the police department in Columbus... I'm sorry?
It's actually on the Funniest Moments Volume 2 Omnibus.
Well, there you go. You can get on the bus and go to the bowling alley where Marty clocked the guy with the rock. And remember, we talked about the police department in Columbus actually investigated it because they don't know, his track record of pulling shit out of his ass. But to get out of it, he told the people or the police that it was a wrestling storyline. But then when Darkseid asks him, they go to the dilapidated, closed bowling alley, and he tells the story, claims the guy tackled him and went for... Now, here's the thing. So he's 13 or 14 years old is what he's claiming when this happened. And he works at the bowling alley, and the guy at the desk that also works at the bowling alley and also sells weed is selling him some weed, but then tries to grab his crotch. Well, then when Marty said no and gets out and runs, now suddenly the weed-dealing bowling shoe dispenser man gets out and runs and tackles him and is going to hold him down and rape him. Does this sound like a big escalation from a weed deal in the parking lot of a fucking bowling alley to begin with? And why would this guy think that, okay, this guy, he knows who I am. We work together. We've got to go back to work here in a minute after I rip all his clothes off and sodomize this kid. We're going to have to go back in and keep renting bowling shoes. But then at that point, Marty gets the rock and bam, and nails him in the head and kills him. And so he calls a quote unquote family member to come over, and they decide, well, it would be a wrong thing to do completely to call the police. So let's just throw the guy in the Chattahoochee River behind those trees. How is that a wrestling storyline that this 60-year-old man is telling on social media in 2020 or 21 or whatever? How can that be called a wrestling story? How can it be called? The whole thing smells, and I don't think anybody except St. Louis Karen believes it. But how would
Al Snow said he heard it in the 90s.
Well, I bet Marty was auditioning the goddamn story in the car, potentially while pilled up. But how is that a wrestling storyline? Hey, cops, no, it was all a big wrestling deal. Oh, okay. You're 60, you look crippled, you don't wrestle anymore, and this is not in any way tied to a wrestling program, but nevertheless. And the police department says they couldn't find any evidence of anybody missing or any other thing to corroborate this. How would this get you booked, Brian?
At the police station or at a wrestling show?
No, I mean on a wrestling show. Would they have him come out and tell the story on Raw or SmackDown, and then suddenly out comes the guy that is the son of the guy that cracked over the head with the
zombie bowling man?
Yes.
It has to be the original guy. It can't be the son.
Way down yonder in the Chattahoochee starts playing, and then here comes a guy with seaweed all over him. It could work.
Yeah, and Marty has one ankle, so he'll be able to work a good match with him. What was going on? I mean, I've seen ankle injuries. What was going on with that?
I don't know. I don't know. His entire leg is grotesquely swollen. I mean, all up to his knee. And they're saying he needs an ankle replacement. Well, yeah, I guess, but I don't know what else could have been going on with that or how that could be that way on an ongoing basis. He's not wrestling, so it's not like he just turned it. You know, I don't know. But nevertheless, his friends love him, and all of them say he's a fuck up. I guess life goals.
Yeah, Brutus's girlfriend or wife, whatever she was at the end, she said
manager to you.
She was going to flash the camera for Marty, but she decided not to.
Well, she was mic'd up, so it would.
That was what it was. She would have
pulled something loose. I mean, can anybody send me a picture of her actually managing someone at ringside? I'm not disputing she's his wife, and I have nothing bad to say about the young lady, but I've never heard of her as his manager or a noted public person.
Well, that was the Marty Jannetty Dark Side of the Ring, the final episode of the season. Any thoughts on the season that was Dark Side of the Ring?
I think except for the detour into hysteria that we got from the Great Northern fella, they did an okay job this year, but a lot of the darkest tales have been told. I think they should take my advice and next season go back to contemplating the fun side of the ring. And we could just have people keeling over and dropping dead from laughter.
Well, of course, Jim, some people keel over because they're tired. They need to take a nap or maybe get some sleep. And if you need a good night's sleep, we have the perfect people to tell you about.
That's exactly right, because our friends at Helix Sleep will give you the best night's sleep of your life. As a matter of fact, you will sleep the sleep of the suspendedly animated. How would that be the sleep of the
suspended animated?
the people in suspended animation, whatever. You know, as a matter of fact, all you need is like a glass cake cover to put over you when you're laying on a Helix Sleep mattress, and you could be there for 1,000 years. You could be like Sleeping Beauty.
That's not recommended.
Well, you might get bed sores. And actually, Helix Sleep now has a mattress that they've got made of specific material that will not grow into your skin. So if you spend a week or 2 weeks, I don't know, tied down to the mattress for some reason or another, you won't get bed sores. Nobody has to come in daily and flip you. That's just one of the many fine mattresses from Helix, but they've got something for everybody. They've got your pets are going to love these mattresses. Yeah, I mean, your kids, they've got the kids' mattress, and the kids love them. They better love them. As a matter of fact, when you buy one of the kids' mattresses from Helix Sleep, they even send a specific booklet of instructions for your children on how not to piss you off. The do's and don'ts of being a kid.
That is actually not true. There is
and they say, go to bed and close your eyes and stay there asleep until the mom and dad come and get you the next morning, and keep your mouth shut if you know what's good for you.
Well, I don't think that has to be so harsh, but the idea of close your eyes, go to bed, that makes sense. You would stay in your room until someone came to get you?
Well, that's what you're instructed to do, see?
Why do you think that's needed? Why can't you be like...
Actually, when you put one of these kids to bed, the best thing to do is take a strong, like, Vicks Vapor Rub and spread it over their eyelids and tell them to close their eyes.
No.
And if they open their eyes, they're going to get a nasty surprise, and they will keep their eyes closed until the next morning. That
is the worst idea possible. That didn't happen to you, did it?
Well, I may or may not have had a little Vicks by the nightstand every time, when... No, actually, I saw that in a movie.
What movie?
But then one of the 4 rooms, one of the kids figured out you could just get up and take a washcloth and wash it off and then go out and do your own thing.
Ah.
Back to Helix, folks.
Yes.
If you want the greatest night's sleep that you've ever had, you got to be comfortable. That's why Brian sleeps good. I sleep good. All God's chillin' sleeps good on a Helix Sleep mattress because they offer 20 unique mattresses, including the award-winning Luxe Collection, L-U-X-E, because they're luxurious. The newly released Helix Elite Collection, the mattress designed for the big and tall sleepers. You can be long or you can be wide. It'll still support you. The mattress made just for kids that we've talked about. And how in the world are you going to navigate yourself through this forest of mattresses? Well, the answer is quite simple. You go to helixsleep.com. That's Helix sleep.com. And you take their quiz. And in under 2 minutes, or potentially however fast you type, you will find the perfect mattress for you because they just ask, how do you like to sleep? And we've talked about all the various positions. On your back, on your side, on your face, reverse cowgirl, whatever it may be. They've got models with more responsive foam to cradle your body. As a matter of fact, not only does it cradle it, but it also rocks you to sleep. And in California, that could be an earthquake. We're not sure.
The bed's not going to rock you to sleep.
Well, not if you put it upright.
Not if you put it anyway. It's not going to rock you to sleep.
Well, every once in a while, you get a loose leg on the bed frame, and it's going to rock. And sooner or later, the cradle will fall, and down will come Brian, cradle and all. Models with memory foam layers to provide optimal pressure relief are available from Helix Sleep. A more responsive foam to cradle your body. There's that word again. For essential support in stomach and back sleeping positions. Now, let's say somebody just takes you by the hair of the head on the back of the head and just smashes your face into the mattress. Well, it's got to have some type of responsive foam or you're going to have a pretty significant fucking spinal injury. But that doesn't happen with Helix, so your sex life is safe. And they've even got a hybrid design combining individually wrapped steel coils in the base with premium foam layers on top and vanilla custard in the middle. It's the perfect combination of comfort, support, and good tasting goodness.
There's no taste. There's no custard and no tasting, but everything else is true.
Did they eliminate the custard filling?
They never had custard filling for their mattresses.
I'm sorry, that was that other mattress company we used to promote. But if they get one from Helix, I'm sure they would have the best vanilla custard because they got the best quality everywhere else. Right now, it's going to be an upgrade from your old worn-out mattress, especially, I don't know if the kids have been pissing on it or whatever. You know these kids, especially when they're young, they can urinate all over the place. You never even know it until later on. So if your mattress stinks in your house right now, get a brand new one. Go to helixsleep.com right now and /JCE. A lot of people want to slash me. helixsleep.com /JCE because they're offering 20% off all mattress orders and 2 free pillows for our listeners right now. helixsleep.com /JCE. The offer is not going to last long. Just like your insomnia won't last long once you lay your beleaguered head down on one of these Helix Sleep mattresses, not to mention the rest of your body. Actually, go ahead and put everything from your head to your feet on this mattress. It can handle the strain. It'll be more comfortable that way. helixsleep.com /JCE.
That's right. Helix Sleep will give you a good night's sleep, but let's wake up and get some fun wrestling talk here on the show, Jim.
That's one of my favorite old magazine cartoons. There's a guy laying in a hospital bed, and the nurse is standing over him, slapping him on the head, yelling, "Wake up and take your sleeping pill."
Well,
They used to have good cartoons in the magazines back in those days.
They used to have magazines back in those days. But Jim, ESPN,
yes,
on their website known as ESPN.com.
Entertainment and Sports Programming Network, for those of us who use their full given Christian name.
Very good. Most people try to figure it out and can't figure out what it is. But they just put up an article a few days ago Many listeners have sent it in. From MJF and Rhea to a Viking, here are the 30 best pro wrestlers under 30. Have you seen this list?
I know you've told me about it, and I specifically remained ignorant about it so that I would be able to hear it at first blush from you right here on the program.
Well, before we get to any list, here's their preamble. This is by Mark Raimondi and Brandon Caldwell. The pro wrestling...
I thought it was Brandon Cutlet.
The pro wrestling business is on the upswing. WWE is selling out arenas at a torrid pace and posting impressive television ratings. AEW is about to put a potentially record-setting amount of people inside London's Wembley Stadium later this month. Impact is as good as it's been in years.
Well, boy, that wasn't exactly a full-throated endorsement. Boy, I tell you what, that raw sewage smells better than it has all month.
WWE breaking box office records. AEW about to break attendance records. Impact's as good as it's been in years.
Yeah.
Overseas, Stalwarts New Japan Pro Wrestling. Stalwarts New Japan Pro Wrestling.
They're the competition to Hogwarts.
And CMLL in Mexico have recovered from rough pandemic stretches. Stardom is the fastest growing promotion in the world. Lucha Libre.
Wait a minute. Whose metrics? Stardom is the fastest growing wrestling promotion in the world. For those of you, and there are many of you who don't know what the fuck that is, that's Uncle Dave's favorite Japanese promotion over there for the girls.
Well, it's Japanese women, and
yes.
It is the largest Japanese women wrestling company. It does have a lot of followers worldwide. Lucha Libre,
largest Japanese women's wrestling promotion equals nicest guy in prison.
Speaking of prison, Lucha Libre AAA worldwide, commonly referred to as just AAA, just drew more than 15,000 people for its Triple Mania Tijuana show last month.
We heard differing reports on that.
Yeah, and half of those people beat up Don Callis.
Yeah.
At ESPN,
they were standing in line like that scene in Airplane. Let me at him next.
Conan! At ESPN, we have made lists of the best 25 fighters under the age of 25 in both MMA and boxing. So, why not a similar list for pro wrestling? In the fight game, athletes usually peak younger. But in wrestling, it's typically somewhere in an athlete's 30s. Stone Cold Steve Austin was 33 when his popularity exploded in 1998. Hulk Hogan was 31 at WrestleMania 1, and Roman Reigns is doing his best work right now at age 38. Let's stop right there. It's a very good point. You know, baseball, football, whatever it is, everyone peaks young. With wrestling, because so much of it is, I guess, learning the psychology and learning the reasoning and learning how to get away with not doing as much, you peak older.
That's exactly it. Because, yes, your athletic prime is in your 20s. That's for most athletes, whether it be the Olympics or gymnasts or boxers or whatever the case, because you're younger and you're in better shape and blah, blah, blah. And so for sports that can be, quantified like that, how hard can you hit, how far can you throw or whatever, that's, where you're going to be at your peak. But because wrestling, you see it all the time. Guys in their 20s take bigger bumps and they're, working probably faster and they're doing more athletic things, but you don't become an all-around good worker and a main event level guy until you have experience working in front of different people, what works and what doesn't. It's not just about how high can you jump. It's when's the best time for you to jump? And can you stir people up when you do jump? And that takes time and learning. It's like going to, graduate school to study what you've already mastered physically, but now you're getting the mental way of looking at it. Plus it takes, and especially in the territories, it took sometimes. The Sheik was not really a true main event guy until he bought the Detroit promotion and was 40 years old. It takes time to, especially to either go through the territories in those days or now to get to one of the big companies to begin with and to get exposed on television. And then if you're not being presented in the right gimmick or the right way or the right push or whatever from the start, it's going to take you longer because there's going to be stops and starts. LA Knight, unfortunately, is going to become Max Dupree for whatever reason. These things happen. So, yeah, the guys are older. When they're truly main event level talent and can carry the ball if they're given it. But I do not have good experience or optimistic viewpoints of these best of anything lists in wrestling because they're always written by people who know just enough to be dangerous, as Mama Cornette would say, about the wrestling business to begin with, but we shall see.
Below is our list of the 30 best pro wrestlers under the age of 30. The rankings were based on merit rather than on future potential, which is far more subjective. The criteria included drawing power, popularity, skills, position on the roster, and accomplishments, including championships and tournament victories. About a dozen different promotions are represented in some way over multiple countries.
I was about to say, they're setting this up, so I bet we haven't heard of half of the bottom 20.
Well, let's start, I guess, at number 1, and we'll work our way backwards, or work our way back, or work our way forward. Whatever we're going to do.
Down, isn't it? Down?
We're going to go uphill. But number 1...
it's easier to go downhill.
Number 1, Jim, on the list of the 30 best under 30, MJF. Promotion,
Boom.
AEW, age, 27. Generational talent isn't just a nickname or catchphrase. Long Island's own Maxwell Jacob Friedman is one of the best mid-20s wrestlers the business has seen in some time. He's already the focal point of AEW, winning the promotion's World Championship last November. ESPN rated him the 2022 Promo Artist of the Year. I didn't know that was an award. The Promo Artist of the Year.
I swear to, where were these fucking awards in 1986?
He won the 2022 Promo Artist of the Year, and frankly, he's been just as good in between the ropes. MJF's Iron Man match with Bryan Danielson at AEW Revolution in March was an instant classic. And his 4-way match with Jack Perry, Darby Allin, and Sammy Guevara was excellent too. It's scary to think he hasn't reached his prime yet. What are your thoughts? Number 1, MJF.
It's scary. It's scary. I mean, I don't know who else is on this list. I haven't kept track of everybody's age as we go over these other names. We'll see, but it would be hard to think of anybody else. I mean, Braun Breaker, but he's not the fucking cunning linguist that MJF is.
And again, we're basing it on now, not future potential. He's the world champion.
Right. So, I say, yeah, I don't see an argument with this one.
Number 2 on the list, at 26 years of age from WWE, Rhea Ripley.
Whoa! And there you go. If there was someone that was better than MJF that should be in the number 1 spot, it might be Rhea Ripley, except she's, again, nobody is the promo, but she's the best woman wrestler right now, I think, in the world, all around, promo, look, and in-ring. So I don't have a problem with this one either. How old is she again?
26 years old.
Boom. She's got ages to even get better.
I think she may end up being the best of all time at the end of it. She's this good now, and she's as good as anyone else in the business that we've seen. Like you said, the promos, the matches, the little things, the selling. It's going to be interesting to see the next 10 years of this career.
Well, but she's not going to take 10 years to get in movies. She'll be gone by then.
Number 3 on the list at 26 years of age from WWE, Austin Theory.
Boy, this guy might have something here. Usually these lists are caca. This guy, he's got his shit together, Austin Theory. That's a good number 3. I'm thinking, got to be honest with you, I need to see Braun Breaker showing up here pretty soon, but so far I'm not arguing.
Here's what ESPN said. It would not be a shock to see him as the face of the entire industry in a few years. Theory, the WWE United States champion, has some things to polish up. He just turned 26 years old, after all. But he's a five-tool player, good at just about everything you would want a wrestler to be good at. He has the looks, the charisma, the athleticism, and the presence to be a top guy for a long time. Just wait until he puts it all together.
So is this guy listening to our show?
Well, let's see.
He just said Theory will be the face of the company in a few years. That's kind of what we said, wasn't it?
It's kind of what you said. You're the one who first pointed out Austin Theory.
Now you're blaming me.
Well, number 4 on the list, at 26 years of age, from AEW, AAA, Ring of Honor, and GCW, El Hijo del Vikingo.
Oh, for fuck's sake. Oh, God.
A second-generation star.
All right.
Vikingo has already carved out a name as Lucha Libre's next heir apparent in AAA. However, his March 22nd match against Kenny Omega on AEW Dynamite promptly set social media ablaze.
Oh, boy.
With fluidity and zero abandon.
Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Pump the brakes. With fluidity and zero abandon. He had abandoned all of his abandon.
With fluidity and zero abandon, Vikingo attempted to break gravity on several occasions.
What does gravity have to do with this? He didn't come in for a few more weeks.
Via springboard 630 splashes, Phoenix splashes, and more. At his young age, he is already the third longest reigning AAA mega champion.
Thrills.
More and more U.S. audiences will become aware of Vikingo's greatness, making him a near impossible act to miss.
Good. All right. As soon as I put this guy over, he shoots himself in the foot and me in the balls with this ridiculousness. MJF, yes, you can see for all the reasons listed. Rhea Ripley, yes. Austin Theory. And I'm saying I need to see a Braun Breaker pretty soon. Number 4 is Vikingo. He can't talk. He's minute, almost microscopic. It's goddamn rehearsed fucking gymnastics. And nobody, in the United States of America at least, is ever going to fucking say, oh my God, Vikingo's in the main event. I can't miss this. Are they out of their fucking mind? What? How can you not see the difference between MJF, Rhea Ripley, Austin Theory, Vikingo? One of these things is not like the other.
Well, again, if this is a worldwide and international in scope list, and we're talking about who is, like they said, the heir apparent right now, one of the biggest stars in Mexico, that would forget about his American stuff.
They think this guy's going to be the biggest star in Mexico. How, my God, what in the world has happened to Mexico?
Well, when you're up there with Commander and Gravity, you stand out. But Jim, number 5 on the list, at 26 years of age, that seems to be the popular number.
Yeah.
From WWE, Dominic Mysterio.
Okay. I can see that ahead of Vikingo. Where the fuck's Braun Breaker? It's starting to piss me off now. I'm not even trying to slack off on Dominic because he's very good, but Dominic Mysterio is not going to be the WWE champion, any of them, in the next 3 years. I think Braun Breaker will be, just like I think Austin Theory will be.
At number 6 on the list, Jim, 25 years of age from NXT, Braun Breaker.
Thank you. I've already made the comment.
Number 7 on the list, at 28 years of age from NXT, Carmelo Hayes.
He's the one with the friend Trick.
That's right.
And Trick is still about it.
I think he's the one because I'm not familiar with everyone in NXT anymore. He just had a match with Ilya Dragunov that people were raving about that you had to watch. And not a surprise considering Dragunov was in it, but they were saying Carmelo Hayes looked really good too.
Well, people rave about a lot of Ilya's matches. No, we have seen Carmelo Hayes right before we stopped watching NXT. I think he was coming in. That's because I remember his friend Trick. But I've got nothing against Carmelo Hayes. And obviously Vikingo doesn't have the potential or the talent that Carmelo does. So far, we're just he had to include somebody from AAA in just to not hurt their feelings, or what? Everything else looking okay.
Number 8 on the list, 28 years of age, from AEW and DDT, Konosuke Takeshita.
Okay, and I wish they wouldn't even say from DDT. That's the comedy promotion where they wrestle the blow-up dolls into bullshit. Hopefully, people will never know that he had any involvement with them. This guy, of all of the Japanese talent sometimes in quotation marks, that they have brought into AEW, he's the one that can be a star. The legends they brought in are so broken down and preposterous looking to the naked eye that it just makes people laugh. And the guys that on their roster in AEW are so wrapped up in the legend of these guys that they put everything they do over to such an even more ridiculous extent because it looks like shit. And or you had the Kenny Olivier, of Japanese Joshi indie outlaw apartment wrestling girls. But our friend Take a Shit, he's got the size, he's got the look, he's got the athletic ability. Hopefully he can get away from who I'm afraid are his friends, the Cucamonga Kids and Twinkle Toes and all the play wrestlers, and I wish Punk would take him on Collision. And I wish that somebody could teach him the things that Gary Hart would have taught him, or that some of the old territory bookers would teach him. And I believe he could be a tremendous fucking heel. I got no problem with our friend Take.
Okay, next.
And honestly, they need to change his name because nobody can call him Take a Shit like we can on television. And Takeshita, yeah.
Well, number 9 on the list, Jim, at 29 years of age, from WWE, Liv Morgan.
Oh, boy. I guess they got to put a girl up in there that's not Rhea. Seriously.
She's popular.
She's 5 feet tall, if that. And isn't she the one that they tried to make extreme, so every time they hit her with a bus or throw her off the roof, she laughs about it?
Was that her?
I think so, wasn't it? She's nuts.
No, that's Alexa Bliss.
No, she's the one that was in Bray Wyatt's fucking deal.
Liv Morgan was the one that was teaming up with Raquel Gonzalez.
I can't remember. They're all alike.
All right. Well, you don't remember who she is. Let's go to the next person on the list. Number 10, 28 years of age, from WWE, Logan Paul.
Again, not a bad choice, because we're not talking about is he a full-time wrestler. We're just talking about is he under 30 in wrestling. And so Logan Paul obviously should immediately be above Liv Morgan, Take a Shit, Carmelo Hayes, and Vikingo, especially because he's already a main event fucking guy and in featured matches.
Number 11 on the list, at 29 years of age, from Stardom, Julia. You've never seen Julia, correct?
Well, no, I used to watch every week. Diane Carroll. Lloyd Nolan was the doctor that she worked for, and I can't remember her little son, Corey. What was his name?
Well, it's a different spelling. It's Giulia.
Oh, I don't know her.
All right. Well, number 12 on the list at 29.
Apparently nobody else does either.
Well, no, she's very popular, and she may be, out of all the Japanese wrestlers right now, she may be the one that probably gets a big American deal because she's very good looking and also pretty good in the ring.
You've said that to me before. I will wait until she's actually seen in this country.
Number 12 on the list at 29 years of age, from WWE, Butch.
And right there is a reason why they ought to think a lot harder when they give people these names. Fuck. You know, he's a good kid. Maybe one of these days he'll be a real person again, and we'll see what he can do.
Number 13 on the list, at 26 years of age, from AEW, Jack Perry.
We're getting down in the middle of it. And as we're seeing, it's only going to get worse from here. So I don't think that's bad placement for him. He's kind of in the middle of the pack. He can do something, we hope, but just undistinguished so far.
At number 14 from NXT at 28 years of age, Wesley.
Help me.
He was in a tag team with the other guy who got fired.
Oh, they did all the stupid flips and had prison tattoos.
That was
bad
them.
Haircuts.
Yes.
Yeah, I don't know.
Number 15 on the list at 24 years of age from Stardom, Utami Hayashishita.
Yeah. That's a fucking name made for a fucking marquee right there.
Well, actually, she's the daughter, it says here, of Japanese TV personality Kiyoshi Big Daddy Hayashishita. If I am pronouncing that correctly.
I would think the odds are probably against it.
Jim, number 16 on the list.
Well, wait a minute. Hold on. How many... Well, I should say, how many people reading this column, probably anybody who gives a shit, probably lives on the internet and knows these people's names. But do you think people just randomly scrolling through ESPN.com know who Utami Big Daddy fucking Ritter is or whatever?
Probably not. If anything, this may be the introduction to, who's that person? Let me Google search their name. Let me look for a video.
I don't think anybody's going to be that fucking caught up in it, but go ahead.
Number 16 at 27 years of age from AEW, Tony Storm.
So Tony Storm, who's not only been on WWE television, but has been on AEW TV and has been featured, and I can't remember, I think she's got one of the 14 girls belts. She's not as noted, as over, as popular, or whatever the case, the criteria are here, as Utami Shoofly Pie and fucking Vikingo.
And again, she doesn't have a belt anymore. She lost the belt to Hikaru Shida last week.
I forgot. Yeah.
Match.
Well, that's what dropped her down to number 16. Where's Hikaru Shida on this list?
Well, I'm not sure what her age is. Let's see if she's there. We're only at 17. Number 17 at 28 years of age from NXT, Dragon Lee. Last seen on AEW TV being unmasked by his partners, and then we never saw him ever again.
Well, yeah. Number 18?
Number 18, 28 years of age from AEW and GCW, Bandito.
Oh, good Lord. Okay. Keep going.
Number 19, at 28 years of age from AEW, Jamie Hayter.
So again, Jamie Hayter, one of the 3 women in AEW that could be classified as somebody who can work if left to their own devices. She gets 4 spots below Utami, and she's not as over as Julia at number 11.
At number 20, at 26 years of age from AEW, Wheeler Yuta.
Oh, Jesus Christ. I'm probably going to be pissed when I think of or realize or remember all the people they could have put on this list below number 11 than what they've done.
I will save you anything because you don't know these people. At 21, 22, and 23 are Japanese wrestlers you've never heard of or seen.
Okay.
24, at the age of 27, I'm surprised by that. Independent wrestler, it says, Jordan Grace.
Jordan Grace. Oh, Butterface. I trended on Twitter one time for calling her Butterface. People thought I was fat shaming her because they didn't understand the meaning of the word Butterface.
Well, apparently she's 27 and on the indies and number 24 on this list.
Well, good for her. Glad to see she got honest work.
At number 25 on the list, at the age of 29 from Impact, Deonna Purrazzo.
I've seen her work a few times. I know she trained a lot with Rip Rogers, and he thinks highly of her, but I don't know anything else about that.
At number 26 on the list, Jim, 29 years of age from NXT, Ilya Dragunov.
Okay, we've seen Ilya, and you're going to have to do a lot of convincifying to tell me that he's not as good as Deonna Purrazzo, Jordan Grace, 3 unknown Japanese people, Wheeler Yuta, Bandito, Dragon Lee, Utami, whatever the fuck, Julia, and Vikingo. So he must not have been nice to the author of this article.
At number 27 on the list, at the age of 25, from Impact and GCW, Marsha Slamovich.
Who is Marsha Slamovich?
Born in Russia, with training in Japan, Slamovich is well-rounded and simply one of the most promising young women's wrestlers in the world. She won the Impact Knockouts Tag Team title with Killer Kelly last month, and is sure to be a factor long-term in that division. Slamovich has arguably done her best work in Game Changer Wrestling,
oh boy,
where she had a stint as the promotion's world champion, not the women's champion, earlier this year after beating deathmatch legend Nick Gage.
So wait a minute, you're saying the bank-addicted drug robber was the world champion of Garbage Championship Wrestling and lost their world title to a girl? The old Plumber Moxley's hero, the badass himself, the fucking pizza-cutting, junk heap riding, gig marking, fucking bank-addicted drug robber got beat by a girl? What the fuck?
For the world championship, yes.
By Marsha Slamovich.
It's a good name.
I like the name, but and now is this another thing where they have to do half guys and half girls? Because they're coming up on 15 women on this thing now. Or did they just run out of guys under 30?
Well, we're almost done with the list. At number 28, 26 years of age from NXT, Tyler Bate.
I've seen young Master Bate before. Nice kid.
At number 29, 24 years of age, he may be the youngest person we've seen on here, from AEW and PWG, Daniel Garcia.
All right. Okay.
At number 30, finally, 26 years of age from New Japan, Shota Umino.
Umino?
Umino.
Oh, Umino. Umino, my Umino. There you go.
Well, here are the honorable mentions.
Oh, we get honorable now.
Atlantis Jr., AZM, Blake Christian, Cameron Grimes, Creed Brothers, Chris Statlander.
All right, I'm losing track now.
Here's a name from the past. Leo Rush, Maki Ito.
Oh, geez. So that just anybody that's under 30 can make this list now.
Miyu Yamashita, Ren Narita, Riho. How come Riho didn't make this list out of all the people? That's weird. Roxanne Perez.
She has to be in her late 30s.
She
looks like Italia Shire if in fucking Rocky, peering through the fucking pet shop window.
Also, the Starlight Kid, Sean Skywalker, Sonya Deville, and Kyle Fletcher of Aussie Open. So what are your thoughts on the future of professional wrestling as it appears today on this list?
Apparently it's fucked. Once you got past, okay, on a list of major stars in the future in the wrestling business, I agree with MJF, Rhea Ripley, Austin Theory, Dominic Mysterio, Braun Breaker, probably Carmelo Hayes, our friend Take a Shit, and Logan Paul. Tony Storm ain't bad. Jamie Hayter, we mentioned. And Ilya, even though I'm realistic enough to know that he's not going to be a main event guy in that system. And the rest of these people are on this list apparently because they haven't turned 30 yet. Because anybody would think they're going to be a major fucking name, any of these people in fucking wrestling. I'm sorry. And you know what? At one time, this would have been a list that guys like Terry Gordy and Bobby Eaton were on, and fucking Michael Hayes, and, half of the territories guys were under 25.
Every Von Erich.
And all at the same time, you had major stars just in the United States. You didn't even need to go around the world to list,
Mid-South 84, who was over the age of 30? Dennis, right?
Dennis was 30. Believe it or not, Dennis, when we got there, was 33. Hercules Hernandez was not 30 yet. Hacksaw Duggan wasn't 30 yet. Was DiBiase 30 yet? Obviously, Nikolai Volkov was in his 40s, but Crusher Khrushchev was in his 20s.
DiBiase was born in 54, so he would have been turning 30 that year.
Butch Reed may have been 30, but maybe not.
Buddy
Landell was in his 20s. Bobby Eaton was in his 20s. I was in my 20s.
Ricky and Robert
were in their 20s. The whole team.
Even Ricky?
Yes.
I'm kidding.
Well, come on now. Yeah, even his real birth year or his admitted birth year, he still was in his 20s. So, I mean, the whole territory, with the exception of Nikolai Volkov, Mr. Wrestling 2, was 50 by that. Magnum was in his 20s. Magnum TA. The whole fucking territory. And then in 1984, Lawler was 35 years old, but he had been a main event star in Memphis for 11 years at that point. I mean,
it's interesting. You don't think about it. I was looking at this thinking, wow, the top of this list is really front loaded with MJF, Rhea Ripley, Austin Theory. But then when you think about this period of time, even Piper and Hogan, they were just turning 30 in 84 as Vince McMahon was going to the national expansion. Snuka was older, but with the territory...
Snuka started late, too.
Yeah, but with the territories, you had so many guys who, in the 80s at their peak were still in their 20s, and you don't really have that anymore.
Well, and when Terry Gordy, when the Freebirds were hot in Mid-South, Gordy was still 19 years old.
He was a teenager. He wasn't even in his 20s.
He main evented the Superdome as a teenager. So this is not really impressive talking about the future of wrestling when you can only come up with this many names that's worth a shit that are under 30. When there was almost this many people in two territories that were under 30 40 years ago.
Well, it can be depressing. It's certainly not a fun thing to think about, but maybe after talking about a topic like this, you want to sit down and unwind with a nice glass of wine.
That's it. Instead of whining, we ought to start whining. And the best place to go for your wine, I'm not talking about your wine. Everybody knows the best place to go for your wine is Twitter. But if you want to go someplace for your wine, you've got to try First Leaf. And that's the name of the website, folks. Tryfirstleaf.com. TryFirstLeaf. Now, some people thought that First Leaf may indicate that it was a cannabis operation, but no, it is a wine operation, world-class wines, because let's face it, summer is on us. We got the pool parties, Labor Day's coming up. After Labor Day, you got to drink on Halloween, and most people drink at Thanksgiving and Christmas and New Year's. Well, holy mackerel, they're hooting and hollering. So it's basically all year round. You need to make sure you've got great wine at the ready, and that's why right now is the perfect time to join the First Leaf Wine Club. And the way it all starts is this. You just answer a few quick questions, again, on your likes and dislikes on the website so that they know exactly what you're looking for. Their expert team, they've got an entire team of experts on every facet of the wine process. They got grape experts, and they got alcohol experts, and they've got vat experts, all the step. They've even got this son of a bitch with the biggest feet I've ever seen mushes these grapes specifically for this thing. Must be size 23. I don't know.
I don't know who you're talking about.
He never wears shoes, though. The guy that stomps all their grapes. Anyway.
That's Andre's dream job.
You go to the website, You tell them about your likes and dislikes, what you like the taste of, what you don't. Do you like the rosés, the white wines, the terrific reds, the sparkling wines of all kinds? And their expert team, the sommeliers, will select a customized assortment of world-class wines based on your preference, and they have a monthly delivery that you can schedule. So let's say, for example, you got a parole hearing. You got to go downtown. You know you're not going to be sitting there at home to accept your shipment of world-class wines. So you tell them, I don't want it on the day I got to go see my parole officer. I want it on Tuesday. You get to pick your day, and that way you don't have to stress about missing the deliveries. And they're delivered right to your door, so you don't have to drive anywhere to pick them up and then potentially get in trouble. You can sit in your living room and get crocked on your ass all you want on these fine world-class wines that you're going to love all summer long, and they're all priced lower than what you would pay at a wine store. You know, some people go to a wine store, some people go to a beer store, some people go to a liquor store, but you don't have to do any of that because it's going to come to you. Not only are they going to bring the wine, but also they're going to bring the cash register. They're going to bring the lotto machine. It's all going to show up on your front porch. The whole liquor store is going to be set up right in your front yard. And just watch out for robberies. You've got to then hire extra security. Brian, you've had that problem. Every time you set up a liquor store in your front yard, somebody comes along and knocks the joint over, and you've got to hire extra security.
I do not set up a liquor store, and either should the listeners not in English somehow do whatever I was trying to say there. Don't set up a liquor store. Let the wine into your house. Drink it. Let it into your belly. Enjoy it. But keep it inside. And, of course, this is not a chance to set up your own store. This is a chance to enjoy the wine. Thank you very much.
You're getting this wine so cheap you could resell it at a profit, and they'd be none the wiser at First Leaf.
I'm drinking it right now.
And apparently you are. I wish you'd stop drinking before we go to work. But anyway, folks, if you want to make sure you got great wine when you want it this summer or anytime, or especially if you're on a podcast with me and apparently you got to get shit-faced, try First Leaf. Just head over to tryfirstleaf.com/JCE to sign up, and you're going to get your first 6 hand-curated bottles for just $44.95. Tryfirstleaf.com/JCE, and you're going to get your first 6 bottles for under $8 a bottle. I'm doing that math. This is 6 times 8. It's even under 8 times 7, 50. Now 6, wait, it was 6 times 7 is 42. It's cheap. Holy mackerel. I mean, you can't even get a case of Ripple for a price like this. So once again, great wine right to your door. You don't have to worry about hiring the off-duty security guards for the front yard because you don't have a liquor store set up there because it's all coming to you via the couriers from First Leaf. They'll drop it off, and then you drink it, you cook with it. What you do with it is none of their business. They're only going to ask a couple of questions, and they'll probably accept your answers. Try firstleaf.com/JCE. Now, let's see, $8 a bottle times 48. But if it was $7.42, it's only $7.20-something cents a bottle, by the way that I'm figuring this. Well, God damn it. And they brewed this stuff last Tuesday. You'd think it'd cost more than that.
Well, Jim, of course, the listeners can enjoy First Leaf whenever they want, every day of the week, but
twice on Sunday.
And twice on Sunday, but a couple of crazy kids may be needing a bottle or two to celebrate right now. News has broken on social media as we are recording. Rhea Ripley and Buddy Matthews are engaged.
I heard about this. I was looking at the Twitter while you were droning on earlier and just saw the news of this. Congratulations to the happy couple. Maybe somehow she can plead her case, since she's getting more cachet in the industry, she can plead her case to the WWE officials. Hey, my soon-to-be husband, great body, great athlete, works his ass off, and he's fucking stuck with 2 other fucking guys crowding him, and he's got the shittiest name in wrestling.
And they'll say, what do you want us to change Dominic's name to? No, I kid. They're not as bad as the House of Black.
Yeah, that's true. But we will congratulate the happy couple. Although, Buddy better be on the lookout now, because as Rhea, transitions from wrestling into being a movie star, an action movie star, and she's flying all over Hollywood and winning all the Academy Awards, she might decide to trade up a little bit. He better keep an eye out.
We shall see. Not too many action stars win the Academy Awards, but...
Well, she's going to be the best one.
Okay, well, you're obviously her biggest fan.
At least a Golden Globe.
Well, on that topic...
What about a Slammy?
Maybe do they even do the Slammies anymore?
I was going to ask that question next, and you beat me to it. I think maybe my record will stand if they don't do any more Slammies. Was I the one and only recipient of the Blue Light Special Award for my being a paragon of sartorial resplendency?
What was that, 96?
97.
Oh, 97, okay.
No, 96. 96. I tell a lie.
I was
right. Yeah. Well, you don't have to fucking rub it in.
Well, my question was going to be, if you're Rhea Ripley or if you're WWE, how do you deal with this? It's out in public that she's now engaged to a wrestler that WWE fans may recognize, but AEW fans certainly know. Meanwhile, on TV every week, she's mommy to Dirty Dom. How do you reconcile those two things because everything's so out in the open?
Well, you can be mommy without being wifey.
It's the stupidest thing, but it's the perfect point you made there.
They got something going on the side. Who knows what Buddy's doing over there in Dynamite Land.
Can you imagine if they got Buddy out of his contract and one day Dom and Rhea are in the ring doing something, all of a sudden Buddy storms the ring and goes after Dom?
There you go. Oh. There you go. But instead of Buddy Matthews, he's now Rotten Reggie Ripley.
Yeah, I'm nobody's buddy.
Yeah, I'm going to be mean from now on. Buddy. I'm going to name my next dog that I get, Buddy, after Lance Russell's dog, Buddy.
You think if he came to WWE, he should take Rhea Ripley's last name?
No, I was being facetious.
Okay.
No, I think he ought to take anybody's last name at this point. Fuck, old Buddy Matthews. He sounds like goddamn Ernest T. Bass's best friend.
All right, well,
but he's a great talent. Congratulations to the happy couple. And that's one thing also I didn't even think about till you started talking about it. She should have kind of not just blurted that out in front of God and everybody, as they say, while she's canoodling with Dominic on television.
Like if Baby Doll had Twitter in 1985, 86, would it have been her and Sam Houston nonstop, even though she was doing stuff on TBS that was different?
Well, with them, it probably would have. Because that's what got them heat to begin with, is they wouldn't even stop making out on Crockett's plane just in front of the boys. And everybody was like, that's why Sam got kicked off the plane. He was an underneath guy, and he was, kind of brought onto the plane as a favor, and then they're sitting there fucking swapping tongues like two anteaters, so they kicked him off the fucking plane. But normally, no. I mean, in the territory days, in any territory, a babyface went to great lengths to prevent people from knowing he was married, and the promotion went to great lengths to prevent. The same as in Hollywood. They didn't want the male movie idol to be thought of as married, for the women and vice versa. And it was groundbreaking when they actually brought Dundee's wife out in 77 and Beverly and did an angle with her on TV. It was to lead to her getting her head shaved. But, and only the people in Memphis saw that. The rest of Louisville, Nashville, etc., they never heard about the wife's head shaving. So a lot of them still didn't think he was married.
Wait a minute. You didn't get any of that angle, or you just didn't get the...
No. See, that's the thing.
I didn't know that.
We couldn't get either hair angle. They were drawing such huge money in Memphis, Lawler and Dundee. They worked like it was either 10 or 11 out of 13 weeks that summer and sold 100,000 tickets to just those shows that they main evented. And you couldn't shave the guy's head in two different places. So, and also they didn't want to expose that the Memphis TV that was seen from Memphis, but in Louisville and Evansville, et cetera, the northern end of the territory was a week behind. So the Tuesday night after the Monday that Dundee got his head shaved, Dundee came and defended the Southern title in Louisville against Bad Leroy Brown. And the deal was he got a wig so the people couldn't see his head was shaved. And he always wore the jaunty little fucking floppy cap like Dusty wore in the 70s, along with a T-shirt and spangles. So he had the cap on, he had a wig on. And Leroy Brown, I believe it was, rushed him from behind at the bell, and he dodged and schoolboyed him. Boom, 1, 2, 3 in 6 seconds and slid out. And nobody in Louisville knew that his head was shaved. And then the next week he showed up after the television had shown the match from Memphis where he got his head shaved. He showed up the next week bald, but we never heard about Beverly, and that was all dark just for Memphis because they prolonged it one more week and had her hair at stake, and we never heard about that at all. But nevertheless.
But congratulations to Rhea Ripley and Buddy Matthews. Finally, the House of Black and the Judgment Day will be brought together in union. What a wedding that'll be.
We are here gathered today. All right. Where are we going from here there, boss?
Well, let's get a couple questions before we get to a review and some time travel and who knows what else. But, Jim, here is an email sent to CornyDriveThru@gmail.com from Chuck Nolan Jr. in we've seen this before. You know it. Elyria, Ohio?
Elyria.
There you go. Hello, Colin Thomson hunters. Is the art of the chaotic finish lost on today's generation? To me, the gold standard in chaotic finishes is the Dusty Tully $100,000 match in 1987. Everyone involved, from Tully and Dusty to Tommy Young, JJ, the cameramen, the production, etc., were perfect in creating a true chaotic moment. I just feel if they were tried today in WWE or AEW, the people involved would try to do too much and make the moment contrived and over the top. So, Jim, is the art of the chaotic finish lost?
Well, yes. We talk about it a lot in different wording. But remember when I'm talking about, goddamn, they've done this and that and the other thing in this match and all this crazy shit, and then all of a sudden the finish either just happens, or it's like they've run out of things to do and then they just ended it, or you can see the finish coming a mile away where they're either hitting the guy with the same finish 4 times in a row, or they're in the middle of the ring in a submission for a minute and then tap, whatever. And part of there was another finish that was more modern. Because I'll tell you one thing with Dusty and Tully, I'm glad he liked the production, but to be fair, those guys, Crockett's crew, had the barest idea of what was going to go on. And it's not like Dusty was trying to kayfabe them, but they didn't have time to sit down. Nothing was ever walked through. Anything involving run-ins, it was told in the locker room, and you ran in, and where you ended up was, that's why guys needed to know ring positioning. But a more recent finish that was chaotic and built to a big pop was Luger and Hogan from Nitro, I guess, in the dying days. Apparently.
Yeah, I just saw you tweet about this. I was surprised how much you put it over.
Well, because even though Hulk was getting older then, and, some of the shit and was not, somebody said, oh, well, look at his clotheslines. The point is they built the fucking thing. Everybody was in the right place. It was a good finish. It may have not been executed like fucking Ricky Steamboat and Flair would have done it, but they built the babyface up as a Superman. Nash and Hall and Savage were all trying to run in and stop Hogan from getting his ass kicked, and the way that they orchestrated it At one point, Luger had grabbed Savage as he came in the ring and fucking ran him and chucked him over the top rope on the other side, and then turned around and clotheslined Nash, and he took a hell of a bump over the top rope and turned around and did something to fucking Hall, and boom, down he went, and Hogan tried something, and fucking Luger ducked out of that and got him up in a torture rack. It kept going and building, and people were flying in the right place, but nothing was stepping on top of each other. You saw everything clearly, and everybody was in the right place to do the timing. And then, when Luger had moved on the leg drop or whatever the fuck. That's what I'm talking about. When you have a good match and get them involved in what's going on, but then you want to fucking pick up the pace. It's like the train wreck. When the train is going 80 miles down the tracks, you're creating tension, but you're not saying holy shit until it comes to the part where the fucking trestle blows up and the bridge falls down and the fucking engineer is about to jump out the window and see if he can make it before the train goes. And oh shit, it all happens at the same time. That's when you pop. And nobody's doing that anymore.
In terms of those chaotic matches and controlling it so it doesn't go too far, one of my favorites, and you could tell me what you think, and you may hear some of the gardeners outside in the vicinity.
Oh, here we go again.
But I've always talked about the match I love, Crockett Cup 87, Midnight Express Road Warriors. Because there's so many things happening with both teams around that period of time, but on that night, in that match, it eventually completely breaks down. The fireball's been put over because you burn Ronnie Garvin. You take it out, you just miss it, the place explodes. But to me, the highlight of that is Bubba gets in the ring. And it happens, it looks kind of clumsy, but because of that, it looks real. He ducks Animal, and then Animal comes back and hits him. Oh no, Animal ducks him, and then Animal hits him with the shoulder block. Place explodes, Baltimore. He goes to the floor, they explode again. He falls into you, and then you go up in the air, and you land, and the place explodes again, and it's pure chaos, and it's so much happening with a lot of different parts, because Ellering's involved too, but it all worked.
We got like 3 pops with the same bump. And none of that was planned. It was planned. Obviously, there's shit going on. The referee's distracted. Everybody's involved. And I go in behind Animal's back to throw the fire and burn him. Right as he turns around and I've lit the fireball, that's when Ellering has dove in and grabbed my leg and tripped me. When he trips me and I go down, the fireball goes up right in front of Animal's face. He still goes, oh shit, and falls backwards to get away from it. But as Ellering has got me and I'm rolling out, that's when Bubba got in to try, as you said, to try to do something. And I think the only spot that was called was that Bubba would fucking go to do something and Animal would duck it and shoot him off and hit him with the shoulder block or whatever. But the way that it worked out, they ran across the ring like 2.5 times back and forth before the shoulder block, and then Bubba flies through the ropes, as you said, and I see him coming, and as he lands on his feet there on the floor, I go right up next to him and just take a shoulder tackle and go down, and then he goes and hits the rail. So we got shoulder tackle pop, bump to the floor pop, and both of us then caromed off like billiard balls, third pop. But it just making use of your surroundings. Here he comes. I'll take one.
All right, Jim, let's get another question before we get to the Raw review. This one was sent to CornyDriveThru@gmail.com from Neil Jackson in Hopewell, Virginia. This past year on both AEW and WWE, we keep hearing the term rubber match when it comes to a tiebreaker match. AEW specifically uses it a lot to justify a big main event or pay-per-view match. I'm curious where the terminology of rubber match comes from. It seems like an old boxing term, but maybe Jim can clarify further.
Well, that's a good question. And is this one of those terms that's fallen out of use anywhere but in wrestling today? But it used to be everybody knows what it is, but I don't know if anybody sat down and thought where it comes from.
Right, and the era of the big main event boxing matches isn't really there right now with the rubber match, at least in the public's eye as much as it used to be.
I guess if just breaking it down kind of logically, if you're 1-1, this one could go either way. It's stretchable. I don't know. But since I was a kid, I've always heard that, as you said, not only applied to wrestling, but to boxing. And then, back in my day, if anybody was doing 2 out of 3 of anything, you would kind of say, oh, here's the rubber match. But I don't know the specific origin.
And I didn't know this either. And I just looked it up, and it's on a website here. Rubber game is a baseball meaning from when baseball teams split the first 2 games, because most series are 3 games. There are 4-game series and sometimes 5-game series, but mostly 3-game series, at least in a regular season. In a 3-game series between 2 teams, it is evident that one team gains the upper hand by winning 2 sets, or 2 games. I don't know who wrote this. If a team wins the first 2 games, they are automatically deemed the winner by default. However, if both teams win only 1 game, they will proceed to have the highly stressful 3rd game, which becomes the decisive win factor. The 3rd game, known as the rubber game, is derived from the concept that the winning team gets to keep the rubber ball, i.e. the game progression. In this rubber game, the MLB teams must win at any cost by competing 9 innings. Well, now I got into a weird thing there.
Is that in Abner Doubleday's own handwriting also, by the way?
I don't know what website, who wrote this here, but that's the only description I've seen of where it comes from. And here's another thing that says it's a boxing term. Oh, here we go. Rubber is known for being elastic. This is the history of rubber. It also became a popular slang to describe flexibility. In the 18th century, rubber matches were not just used in lawn bowling, but also in card games, boxing, and tennis. For tennis, it is used to describe an individual match within a Davis Cup or Fed Cup tie.
Fred's Cup?
The Fred Cup.
Fred Cup.
Well, there's nothing conclusive here. It's just random websites. There's no Merriam-Webster explanation.
Well, isn't it the etymology or entomology, or maybe Intamin's Bakery of words is what you look up to determine where they come from, branch from, trickle down from, whatever. We'll have to research that further, but
we certainly.
Well, you got one person saying one thing there, and one person saying, "I wish we could get a rubber match on this, so we would have some conclusion."
Well, speaking of rubber and things that are elastic, what happens if you take a 30-minute wrestling show and extend it over 3 hours? It's called Monday Night Raw, and I believe you watched it again this week.
It certainly is, and I certainly did, although this week, instead of Raw, should they have called it Half-Baked? Just a thought I had. So the Raw of August 7th began with a SummerSlam recap package because, my God, it seems like 2 weeks ago we watched SummerSlam with all these programs we watched since then. And Michael Cole is back. I believe, did you mention that on the air earlier, or were we talking about that?
We talked about it off the air, the fact that they've now put him on both shows. He's been moved with Wade Barrett from SmackDown to Raw, and then the Raw team of Kevin Patrick, the panting announcer, and Corey Graves were moved to SmackDown. However, for reasons that I guess the network just insists on having him, he's going to be there, Michael Cole, like a chaperone for Corey Graves and the panting announcer. So he's on both shows.
So you're saying that there's a reason the announcer has been panting and short of breath, and now somebody's got to sit in between them? They're playing a little pocket pool under the announce desk? What's going on there?
That wasn't what I was saying. I don't know why you went there. I don't know what causes his panting. It seems to be from wrestlers doing things in the ring that just causes him to pant uncontrollably. But Michael Cole will be there to hopefully take a little off his pant load.
A little off his pant plate?
A little off his pant load.
He'll lower his pants. So Michael Cole is there to lower the pants on Raw. Cody, first out of the gate, was in the ring doing a promo about beating Brock, and they were in Minnesota, so of course he put Brock over. But at the same time, he pitched to the picture of the handshake between him and Brock, and he said, "Dummy, my mother said, dummy, Brock acknowledged you." And again, in this one, you could hear the Dusty cadence, couldn't you? If he had Dusty's voice and the way he drew things out like that sometime, this is the Dusty cadence, but with a more well-rounded vocabulary.
Yeah, but to me, it wasn't bad or anything, but he got a little bit too much in this promo back into the whole, felt like a little bit of a workshop promo at times.
Well, he might have just stopped by at Home Depot and decided to do it himself. But he feels like he can beat anybody in the world. And as soon as he said that, Seth Franklin Rollins music played. And I was like, oh no, they already had 5 matches last year. But the fans went, ooh, 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 ooh. And here came Seth in giant yellow rubber boots and yellow inflatable sunglasses and a blue leisure suit from the Hugh Hefner collection. And they went face to face in the ring, and the fans kept going, whoo, whoo. Was that a slide whistle?
No, it's I don't know what you call it. It's like an old-fashioned siren. Hold on.
You know what I'd call it?
What's that?
Annoying.
This is a slide whistle.
That's what I wanted to hear. Anyway, they go face to face, and the fans are, ooh. And there's Cody in a suit speaking kind of like a person, and there's Franklin in a ridiculous outfit doing a promo like Handsome Jimmy Valiant in Memphis on mushrooms. And Seth wanted to test Cody's feeling that he could beat anybody, but boom! Right at that point, here came the Judgment Day music. Because they run Raw, everybody knows that. And Priest says that the Money in the Bank briefcase gives him the right to call the title shots. And, boom, boom, boom. And Rhea Ripley, when she speaks, gets huge cheers. And Dominic gets big boos. And
she's the most over babyface in the Judgment Day.
Well, yeah, and it's fucking hilarious that these two, everybody loves her and hates him. And they're together.
Yeah, as soon as she handed him the mic, the boos started. They were cheering her, and then as soon as she handed him the mic, the boos started.
If their names are mentioned, if some Rhea Ripley, yay! Dominic Mysterio, ah! So Priest says that Dominic was not done with Cody, and as you mentioned, the fans boo Dominic, and then somehow Finn Balor hits the ring again out of nowhere because he hadn't been there. It's only been Damian, Dominic, and Rhea. Now, they were mad later on when he came out, but I wonder if they certainly had to get an inkling since he wasn't with them that he might do this. But nevertheless, Finn jumps Seth. Judgment Day attacks Cody. Music plays and Sammy comes to the ring and makes a comeback and the faces clear the ring. And Cody says, well, heck, here's something that's never been done on Raw before. No, he didn't say that. There's 3 of you and 3 of us. How about a 6-man tag? Okay. And we were 20 minutes into the show by the time that happened.
Hey, 2 questions for you. 1, where's Owens? And 2, is this what you would do coming out of SummerSlam to start this show off? And basically, this ends up setting the tone for the whole show, actually.
Well, yeah, and I mean, if that's the best idea they had for the main event, then I guess that, but it's what they do all the time. Somebody comes out and talks, somebody comes out and interrupts them, and then some more people come out and they get in a fight and make the main event. Couldn't they advertise a nice main event and then make one of these impromptu matches in the middle just to be different? I don't know.
And again, I like the Judgment Day just fine, but another 6-man main event. I'm getting a little sick of that.
And then by the time they get to it, they're going to change that again. So, and also it takes a while for all of these things to happen, as we will see markedly and pronouncedly here later on in the program. But love all these people, except 20 minutes into the program, as I mentioned. So now the 4-way to determine who gets an Intercontinental title shot at Gunther Gable has gone from the outhouse to the penthouse in 2 weeks. He was the comedy figure that was doing jobs in 1 minute for the janitor. And suddenly, he's the most popular son of a bitch in the room. They're chanting his name. And he wins. I'm not going to spoil anything by saying this. He wins a 4-way to get an Intercontinental title shot against Riddle, Ciampa, and Ricochet. And so, again, I wish they hadn't beat Ciampa since he's fresher than Ricochet and Riddle either one. And by the way, did you like the pink and purple rhinoceroses that flew out of Riddle's ass on his entrance?
Oh, yeah.
But Gable's a great athlete, but it was a 4-way, and that's what went on. I don't think anybody's going to remember this match in 40 years, but, at least now they like Shoosh Boy. What'd you think?
He's super over. And I told you a few weeks ago that I started watching some of the Maxine Dupree stuff just because I was told that it had somehow gone from just bad comedy to kind of bad comedy that's somehow getting over. And that Valhalla match, which was terrible, but the people were into it. Like, it was a weird reaction. And she may not be, Mildred Burke or anything, but she seems to be embracing it and going with it and trying hard. Otis has been more serious. And Gable is someone we've always said we hated the gimmick, but we recognize going back to American Alpha how talented he was. Those matches with the Revival weren't just the Revival. It was Gable and Jordan. Jordan's retired due to, I believe, a neck injury. Gable's still here. And now all of a sudden, and we've seen this before, like Sammy went all the way with the comedy and then was able to shift back to seriousness and got over bigger than ever before. Maybe there's something here with Gable. It's WWE and Maxine Dupree is still involved, so you can always see them clawing him back into silliness. And I doubt he'll completely drop the shush or anything. But it seems like they're using him better, and certainly the people are reacting to him a lot better.
And it's, again, I wish they wouldn't do these things with people that it's clear you can get something out of and waste time and potentially damage them. Some LA Knight recovered from Max Dupree. Gable, has been stuck where they called him short and they made fun of him and then they stuck him in this. And now for whatever reason, but imagine if they hadn't done those things. This is not even because it's not wrestling bookers, it's TV writers. Because when you're watching Good Times, did Bookman suddenly in 2 shows in 1 season go from being the fucking maintenance guy to moving in and starting to fuck Florida and marry her after James died?
I didn't see that episode, no.
No, because he was an ancillary character. And suddenly, I don't know.
Fonzie was too, though, and Fonzie broke out.
All right, well, he changed his jacket.
That's true.
That's what happened.
Once he got rid of the windbreaker, he seemed a lot cooler. Yeah.
The windbreaker, but he wasn't out there like, fucking washing dishes at Arnold's. And then suddenly in episode 12, he suddenly starts getting all the pussy.
Did you watch Happy Days?
Oh, yeah. Well, that was some of my happiest days, watching Happy Days back in the early and mid-'70s, back when things were still right with the world.
Still right in the 70s or watching shows about the 50s?
Well, both.
Okay.
Yeah. So anyway, we were 40 minutes into the program after that 4-way. Then we find out that Cody and Seth don't want to team up, but Sammy's playing pacemaker. Or Peacemaker. I wrote Peacemaker. I said Sammy's playing Pacemaker. I have to write this shit down because I won't remember it. They did a Bloodline package. Too bad the Bloodline's on Friday, not Monday. They sacrificed Bronson Reed to the decrepit and frail, shaky Nakamura again. I believe he's beaten him numerous times. And we'll find out why in a minute, but it doesn't help poor old Bronson Reed's like fucking, he looks like he's 25 years old. He's got to be under. Is he under 30? He didn't make that fucking list. Was Bronson Reed on that list?
He wasn't. I'll look up his age right now. Bronson.
But my God,
Reed.
this guy, look at the size of him. Look at the way he comes off the top. He's got an idea of how to move his weight around. And this elderly, shaky Nakamura is beating him repeatedly.
34.
All right, he ain't under 30. He looks young. So then, Brian, I don't know if you noticed what was going on in the middle of this program, but suddenly Raw switched over from USA Network to Lifetime Net, or maybe Hallmark. It became a program tailored toward the ladies. Because starting at an hour and 2 minutes into this program, at the 9 o'clock hour, they had a package with highlights of Rhea Ripley and Raquel and what's going on between them. And then they had Adam Pearce in the back with miscellaneous girls and Raquel talking about her condition. And then they had Becky Lynch's entrance. And they went to break. And they came back, and there was Kaiser in the back talking to Model Girl. And then Becky was in the ring 10 minutes after her entrance started. And they VTR'd Trish and Zoe attacking Becky. And then Becky's in-ring promo started. And Zoe came out to join the promo. And then Shayna came out to join the promo. And then Pierce came out to make Shayna versus Joey right now. And then they went to the break.
Zoe, not Joey.
Zoe. Joey Heatherton was really attractive.
Yeah, from Long Island.
And then they came back from the break, and the Judgment Day were in the back with J.D. McDonough because Priest and Finn are unhappy with each other, but Finn's old friends with J.D., whoever the fuck he may be. But meanwhile, all these girls are standing out in the fucking ring, and then they come back and have Zoe versus Shayna, and then go to a break, and then come back with part 2 of the match where Shayna beats Zoe 1, 2, 3. And what I just told you was 38 minutes of television time altogether from start to finish. I've seen Flair and Steamboat not go that long.
Yeah, like I said, elastic. They extend everything way longer than it needs to. A lot of commercial breaks, and for whatever reason, they seem to be really into the Trish-Becky feud, and they pulled back. It seemed like they were leading up to a SummerSlam match. There was no match. And then this was what happened the week after or the day after SummerSlam, 2 days after SummerSlam.
Regardless, it took a while. So those were the things that happened there. And then we go back to the back, and J.D. McDonough jumps Sami Zayn and beats the shit out of him, and he's selling his, did you see his elbow?
I did.
What'd you think of that elbow?
You know, it was in the back.
I don't know. Obviously, that didn't happen in the attack. So apparently he's got the injury, and that it was the knot on the end of his elbow was the size of a fucking either a billiard ball or a tennis ball. And I believe it's called the bursal sack. Guys taking bumps, especially on the old hard rings, when they would hit the point of their, you can do it to your knee too. I did that one time, SummerSlam 96. But you hit your elbow and it fills up with fluid because you pop that sack. And have you ever heard of the ways that the old timers used to fucking relieve that condition?
Yeah, they would just slam their elbow against the wall, wouldn't they?
Boom. Yes. It just rear back, table, wall, whatever, and break the fucking, the bubble, and all the fluid would dissipate into their goddamn arm, and it turned all kinds of colors. But he didn't hurt that, Sammy, between Seg 1 and Seg 10 or whatever, I wouldn't think. So they put him in it. The main event then had J.D. McDonough attack him to give him a reason to be out of it. And now they're going to put Shaky in his place, which is why they put Shaky over Bronson Reed, I would imagine. But did he do anything in the first segment to have caused that?
No.
All right, I don't know. Then in the middle of all this, Otis and Kaiser Wilhelm had a fucking angle with Gunther and Gable. And I still want to know where Williams is. So, let's get to The Miz. Do you think you'd ever hear me say that?
This was my favorite thing on the whole show.
Because Miz had somebody in there that he had to fucking fire up at for once. But he got in the ring. It wasn't even Miz TV. It was just a nice in-ring promo without all the silly set and everything. But they showed the VTR of LA Knight winning the Battle Royal. And Miz's thing was he's not getting the proper respect. LA Knight's taking priority over him. He's a veteran. He's been here for 20 years. And this LA Knight didn't come in and introduce himself or shake his hand. And Miz did a good job. I see what, your boy there that you're always rooting for finally came out of his shell.
It was incredible. It was a great fired up promo. And he was great throughout this whole thing. And I think that's the frustrating thing about The Miz. Every now and then he shows you that. Of course, he can't do anything about the way they book him. I think he makes the best out of a lot of bad situations.
Yeah.
But when you use him like this, he's great.
He still looks like a frog, but he's great.
You want to punch that frog in a suit, don't you?
I'd like to punch that frog.
There you go. You'll pay to see LA Knight punch him?
Fucking frog. I hope he fucking gigs him.
Like Abdullah? Don't say that. That's not what we want to wish on people.
No, you take a long stick fork and you fucking gig him. Don't y'all go frog gigging up there in New Jersey?
No, I find him in the pool. I just found 6 yesterday.
Oh, well, you ought to get a gigger. Anyway, so Miz was fired up, and here came LA Knight's music, and he got a big pop. And he comes out, and he milks the people with the microphone, and the way he looks at them and is perfect, and he does his shit, and the fans do their shit. And he introduces himself to Miz and offers his hand out, and Miz won't shake it. Because Miz said, hey, look at you. If you took away my suit and my talent and my hot wife and all this stuff, you'd get LA Knight because you're just a flash in the pan. You're an Attitude Era fanboy cosplaying in my ring. Ooh. And again, Miz was fired up.
Yeah, I don't know if you would even know this. You know what made that line especially... I thought it was good for him to use it, but it makes it funny for a heel to use it. That's how he got started. He was on The Real World on MTV pretending to be The Rock.
Yeah.
On that show, he was Attitude Era cosplaying, and he turned that into a wrestling career. So for a heel...
that's why the boys kicked him out of the locker room.
Yeah.
But LA Knight responded that the WWE's been betting on the wrong horses for 20 years. And they only went with Miz because he's safe. But LA Knight's dangerous because he don't take the bullshit. He's on the climb and Miz is in the toilet. And LA Knight's going to make him a stepping stone. And that's where Miz popped his eyes out and his face got red. You're not on my level. Prove me wrong. Well, they square off. And then Miz thinks better of it and goes to leave. But he comes back to try to attack LA Knight from behind. And LA Knight slipped out and hit his finish on him, boom, and walked off. So we got a nice promo, and as usual, somebody gets dropped on their head and left laying, and off we go.
Again, they're using LA Knight good. LA Knight's a SmackDown wrestler, and he was on Raw here, and he got a major baby... He's getting the biggest reaction, a lot of people are saying, in every arena. I'm not saying it's necessarily at the level of Cody just because of the push difference, but...
Right.
People are saying those pops are the biggest pops. And now he's on Raw. Again, Miz has been used as a mid-card figure. Every now and then he gets elevated. If he's used serious, if he's allowed to be serious and let his real anger come out, he's good. But you just can't follow this up next week with him sitting there with a couple potted plants and he's interviewing some of the women on the roster. Do something more like this, and you makes you want to see LA Knight against him. But LA Knight's now on Raw. I guess that's part of the story that they brought him over here to get a pop.
Well, he's dangerous. He can just do what he wants. Respect his authority.
What did you think? Because, as the Miz was tearing into him and saying things like, where were you for all these years? I was here. Where were you? You do have to have a good answer for that stuff. He kind of did. I was out there being dangerous.
And it's always... obviously, when you got a guy, when you're talking about 20 years, everybody knows Miz was a freckle-faced fucking kid off a reality TV show. When you're talking about somebody it took 20 years to get somewhere, it does sound negative. But again, if LA Knight is the anti-establishment type of guy that doesn't fit in this overly corporate wrestling environment these days, then that, again, it's kind of Austin-ish, which works because people want to see somebody that ain't going to fucking stand around and do as they're told, which is why it's so insane when all of the guys do, and girls, do promos about, oh, it's always been my dream to be here and I'll do anything. No, fuck you. If you're a star, people need to be fucking catering to you. Speaking of catering, it was, I'm sure, a fucking empty place because the people usually sitting in catering, the Vikings, Kofi, and Xavier Woods had a tag team match. Did I miss anything?
The New Day are back.
It's a new day. Let's go to a new match. So the main event was a 6-man tag team match now with Priest and Finn and Dominic against Cody and Seth and Nakamura. And they start this thing. They're on the way to the ring with 30 minutes left in the program. I'm thinking, Jesus Christ, they're going to put something in this. Well, Raquel jumps Rhea on the floor and beats her up while Dominic and the rest of them are watching. Then that's, again, I know they have a rule that men cannot hit women on their television. Fine. Don't put the guys in a position where they should then, logically. Because I don't care, man, woman, child. If some woman is jumped and wailing on fucking Stacy, I'm going to fucking football kick her in the mush. Right?
Yeah, didn't we just see that in AEW, the ladder match with Julia Hart, where she climbed up the ladder?
And I said the same thing. I said, you know, that's the thing is they can't, and I think they did this with Rhea, here on one of the recent shows also.
Yeah, you brought it up about Rhea a few weeks ago, yeah.
But you can't, that looks stupid. They're sitting there and watching this woman just beat the fuck out of Rhea. So anyway, but nevertheless, then Rhea gets back up and gets back on her, and they have a big pull apart with the agents and the referees and et cetera, and they go to the break because this has gotten out of hand. And then they come back from the break, and then they got all the baby faces get their own entrance. And the match literally starts 10 minutes fucking later. And then they go under 1 minute, which is Nakamura and Dominic doing a spot, and they go to the break. So when they come back, they're already beating Nakamura up, getting some heat on him. And then he cold tagged Seth, and Seth made a comeback and did a couple of dives. And then they stopped Seth, and they went to the break. That was under 4 minutes. So now they come back with 6 minutes left on the air. We have seen less than 5 minutes of the main event on television, and it's a 3-hour fucking program. And they get some heat on Seth, and finally Seth reluctantly tags Cody, and he gets a big pop for the main babyface comeback, and hits Cutter on Finn, but Dominic saves. Everybody hits each other. And then Priest gives Finn the case, but Sammy comes to the ring with his arm wrapped up and attacks Priest, and Seth super kicks the case out of Finn's hands, and Cody hits the crossroads on Finn 1, 2, 3. And they've still got a minute and a half to celebrate. And that was the program.
And then Nakamura turned on Rollins.
Did he?
Yeah.
Well, my DVR froze up.
Yeah, then Nakamura turned around and kneed Rollins in the face.
Well, why'd he do that?
Well, he wants to get into a better position.
Well, I don't think he can get in most of those positions. He's so old and broken down.
Well, he's not that old, but that was WWE Raw for
August 7th.
August 7th. What a wonderful day in wrestling
I'm trying to think, did my DVR freeze up now, or did I just say, okay, they're just standing in the ring and I've got to fucking, it's done. I may have just hit stop.
Boy, it really is saying something, though, if there was a turn and you just watched it and didn't even register.
No, I didn't see it. I either hit stop on purpose or the DVR froze up, one or the other.
Well, maybe instead of these DVR issues that you're constantly running into where you miss the end of the show, you miss this or that, maybe instead what you could do is access the international feed of one of these shows.
Well, here's the daggum thing. I've found out that I was mistaken about a lot of things I've been saying here lately. Thanks to our friends at ExpressVPN, I'm now up to date and fully apprised on the information on how all these things take place. I was wrong, Brian, in saying that everybody has people in their walls keeping an eye on them at the behest of their internet service provider. Everybody doesn't have people in their walls. That's only in certain zip codes. See, I was talking, our friends at ExpressVPN, they've been with us for a long time, and they're trying to keep people safe over there at expressvpn.com. But I was talking to the head engineer over there, General Tesla Zarnoff. Have you spoken to this man?
I don't know who this is. It doesn't sound like a real name. I don't think you were speaking to anyone over there.
No, he's brilliant. He is the head of the research department, the head engineer over there at ExpressVPN. And as he said, people in the walls, that's just in certain zip codes, because with the new housing, the homeowners associations and some of the new construction today, it's hard to get people inside everybody's walls. So what they're doing, and this, I've noticed this for months now, I'm sure you have. If you've been going around your neighborhood, you see a preponderance of either ice cream trucks or white panel vans with satellite dishes on top of them.
You've been seeing this in your neighborhood, really?
Yeah, well, every time you go to the grocery or you take your kids to school, you're seeing this, aren't you?
I have not seen this, no.
I guess you're still one of the zip codes where they just put them straight in the walls.
Who's they? I don't think ExpressVPN's not putting anyone in any walls, no matter what zip code people are in.
No. They're trying to get the people out of the walls. See, the internet service providers are the ones that put people in your walls, but now they've graduated, as I've mentioned. If you'd let me tell the people, because this is a public service here we're doing, letting people know about this. Now, not only are the internet service providers working against you, but also the Nielsen people. You've wondered how they know that, like on Wednesday Night Dynamite, 7,000 people tuned out or 40,000 people tuned out or whatever the case, all this flats, because they're inside these panel vans and ice cream trucks, and that satellite dish that's circling on the top of the roof is reading the TV channels that you're watching inside your home, as well as eavesdropping on everything you do on the internet and everything you say. And if you make noise at night in the privacy of your own bedroom, they're listening to that too. It's that super secret. Well, the hearing aids they've got these days, they're using the same technology. You can hear a mouse pissing on cotton from 100 yards away. That's why you've got to use ExpressVPN, because boom, they will prevent the internet service providers from knowing what you're doing on the internet, where you are at any given point, what your private actions are in your own home. You won't be able to be snooped on anymore, because once that you activate your ExpressVPN account, then immediately wherever that panel van is in your neighborhood, it's going to boom, blow up and burst into flames. It sends a signal back.
There will be no explosions in your neighborhood, no matter what you do with ExpressVPN, whether you go with them or without them. And of course, it is, like you said, a wonderful way to maintain your privacy, access things throughout the world that maybe someone says, hey, I don't want people in Utah to access this on the internet. You can get around that with ExpressVPN.
Yeah, because fuck people discriminating against Utah. They got enough troubles out there, being full of salt and everything. No wonder everybody's got a high blood pressure. But here's the thing. Well, okay, if you don't want people to know publicly that the panel vans will blow up as soon as you activate and they try to eavesdrop on you, then let's just say that when you activate your ExpressVPN, you won't be seeing those ice cream trucks and panel vans with satellite dishes on the roof around your neighborhood anymore. But you might see some places it looks like somebody's been barbecuing some shit.
Let's not say that either. Let's say that there will be no ice cream trucks or paneled vans with satellite dishes in your neighborhood unless they're normally there. I don't even know where you get a paneled van in 2023. Satellite dishes, what year is this that you still need those?
Well, they turn. They're constantly turning so that they're monitoring all of the They're just going around in circles, and they monitor.
Like a Doppler radar?
Yeah, like Doppler. And they monitor everything that they can hear from that. It's the same way they got the mob. But anyway, we'll wink, wink, nod, nod. We'll just say nothing about the panel vans. But folks, they won't trouble you anymore.
No vans.
ExpressVPN, you can change your online location so you can tell Netflix where to think that you're located. And they've got almost 100 different server locations. Let's say, for example, you want to stay as far away from your in-laws as possible. Pick Poughkeepsie. Or maybe even Cambodia. You can go anywhere. It's like a vacation plan in your own mind.
It's nothing like
that. With ExpressVPN.
It's nothing like that at all.
Where do you want your computer located? Maybe it's a tropical location you want to be in. You want everybody to see it's all about keeping up an image. You want these people to think that you're in Tahiti on a private beach. And because that way they'll think you're successful. Well, boom, there you go. You just go to expressvpn.com.
Because nothing says success like Tahiti.
Well, there you go. Marlon Brando loved it. You can go to the website, as I mentioned, and you can see all kinds of different things that they can do for you. And they can stop the blocking of all these popular shows. You can unblock Exception or Inception on the Canadian Netflix. I didn't know Canada had the Netflix. Or you can unlock Top Gear in the UK Netflix, or Jurassic World in Hong Kong.
The British Sewing Bee that Suzanne wants to see.
Oh, for God's
sake. The British Sewing Bee. Did you hear me? Hello?
Yes. For
the British Sewing Bee.
The British Sewing Bee.
Yes.
Well, that sounds exciting. After that, I believe I'll be put in a medically induced coma for a thrill. Anyway, and folks, why would you choose ExpressVPN over the other VPN services? I didn't know there were any others. ExpressVPN, it's like the Coca-Cola of this thing. They got blazing fast seeds. Seeds? Blazing fast seeds is what it says.
They have no seeds.
The seeds they send you will grow to the moon. But also fast speeds where you can stream in HD with zero buffering. So you don't need Michael Buffer. You don't need his brother Bill or Bruce or whatever his name. Yeah.
Bruce Buffer.
You're compatible with all your devices, the phones, the laptops, the media consoles, the smart TVs, the Diddlator Mach 3, everything that you've got that's a device, it'll be compatible with, and it encrypts your data. It encrypts your data in this giant concrete tomb. And so you can browse the web securely knowing nobody can jackhammer into your data. So right now, folks, be smart. Like me. Stop paying the full price for streaming services and only getting access to a fraction of their content. Get your money's worth at expressvpn.com/JCE. That's very important, that code /JCE. You're going to get an extra 3 months of ExpressVPN for free. In that time, you can probably take out 6 or 7 ice cream trucks and 3 white panel vans. 3 months free when you sign up at expressvpn.com/JCE. Make people think you're somewhere other than you really are. That's the most satisfying thing in the world. expressvpn.com/JCE.
Well, Jim, I think we have fulfilled our obligations for the day, our recording obligations, and I think it is time now to go back into the mothership and travel to the future, where we could talk about all the things that we watched during the travel to the future. How's that sound to you?
Play that funky time machine, white boy.
All right, let's get into the time machine, and here we go into the future. Wouldn't you know it, we are in the future.
You bastards! You blew it all to hell!
Are you a fan of Planet of the Apes?
Yes, I think we're watching it turn into that in front of our very eyes. We just didn't have to wait for the apes to start talking. We just had to wait for the people to turn back into the apes.
Well, here we are on the #1 ape podcast in professional wrestling.
We took a break so we could watch AEW Dynamite from Wednesday night, August the 9th, and it didn't do what it normally does to me last night. Normally, it gives me another kind of pain. I woke up this morning, my back was hurting. Normally, the pain is about 12 inches lower down.
All right, well, with that wonderful introduction, let's talk about Dynamite. But actually, before we get to Dynamite, we reviewed Collision on the Experience, but we did not talk about the ratings because they were not available yet. This was AEW Collision on August 5th, head-to-head with SummerSlam.
Which we knew there was going to be a lot of trouble with that.
Here are the ratings. AEW Collision, August 5th on TNT, was watched by 417,000 viewers.
Ouch. So that was what? Was that 250,000 or more less than the previous week? I can't. Last week, they were back up to the high sixes, were they not?
I mean, they were growing
Was it
the last few
fives?
weeks.
Nevertheless, this was caca, but we knew.
Well, no, last week was 739. This is 44% down.
325,000 people were apparently watching SummerSlam from the previous week. And that's, there's this, some people think there's this exclusive audience that's going to watch. Well, there is for the WWE. A lot of their folks don't watch AEW. You can tell by the numbers. But a lot of the AEW fans apparently are watching the WWE, and it wasn't even a television show head-to-head. It was they had to seek out either through pay-per-view or more probably the cock to watch SummerSlam, and that shows a lot of people were interested.
You know, and again, maybe it's because it was a certain thing when I was a kid at the end of August, and it's not that anymore. But I always saw SummerSlam as one of the communal events. Like, you would have people over for WrestleMania, you would have people over for SummerSlam.
Oh, I thought you meant they had to hold the event on a commune.
No, I did not mean that. But let's get to these Collision ratings. These were
Is there any of that freaky sex going on at this commune you go to watch wrestling?
These ratings were compiled by WrestleNomics. Segment 1, 8 to 8:15 p.m. The backstage promos and FTR versus Big Bill and Brian Cage with picture-in-picture. 427,000 viewers.
Okay, that tells me they're going to stay pretty consistent all the way through, but we will find out.
Quarter 2, 8:15, 8:30 p.m., the continuation of the previous match. The FTR live promo challenging the Young Bucks, an ad break, the Bullet Club Gold promo, and that was it. 412,000 viewers.
And, well, we mentioned that the last few minutes of that FTR match had some issues, but there was a lot going on in that segment that so, yeah, but 15,000 people.
Quarter 3, 8:30 to 8:45 p.m. Chris Statlander versus Mercedes Martinez with picture-in-picture. The post-match with Diamante and Willow Nightingale, and the Tony Storm backstage promo. 388,000 viewers.
Ouch. Okay, now 20, another 24,000. This is starting to become a disturbing trend, but I see by the mathematical certainties they have to come back.
Quarter 4, 8:45 to 9 p.m. Samoa Joe versus Serpentico, and then Joe's promo, an ad break, the Acclaim's backstage promo, and the House of Black versus Action Andretti, Darius Martin, and Lee Johnson. 391,000 viewers.
Well, they limped up to another 3,000. This is it's not a good sign in the middle of the program there.
Quarter 5, the big 9 o'clock hour. Well, at least on Wednesdays it is. I don't know about Saturdays, but 9 o'clock to 9:15 p.m. Continuation of the House of Black's match with picture-in-picture ads. The post-match, the Powerhouse Hobbs QT Marshall backstage promo, and the Christian Cage promo. 386,000 viewers.
Jesus. All right, 5 more thousand have bailed out. They apparently are coming back for the main event.
Where are we now? Segment 6, 9:15 to 9:30 p.m. The finish of the Christian Cage promo and Jay White versus Metalik, I believe it is, and an ad break. 431,000 viewers.
Okay, so they're expecting something to happen because we just picked up another 45,000.
Quarter 7, 9:30 to 9:45 p.m. The start of CM Punk versus Ricky Starks with Ricky the Dragon Steamboat as the guest referee and picture-in-picture ads. 459,000 viewers.
And that's the high point of the show so far. Between 9:30 and 10 o'clock, it showed that the people basically were keeping an eye on when the main event was going to start because that's what they wanted to see.
It was also the high point there for the key demo, 186,000 viewers, 18 to 49. And finally, quarter 8, 9:45 to 10 p.m., the continuation of CM Punk versus Ricky Starks with picture-in-picture, 442,000 viewers, with a 1-minute overrun of 474,000 viewers.
Which we never count 1 and 2 minutes. But so they lost 17,000 for the last quarter, but those were still the 2 highest quarter ratings of the program. So
Key demo, too. Key demo started at 151.
Yeah.
It ended at 186 and 185.
So that, it's the CM Punk show. And FTR when they have a big match against somebody people care about. And unfortunately, half of the audience, potential audience, was watching SummerSlam. And that's what they're going to have to put up with. I don't know which one is going to be worse, whether it's going to be the preemptions that the network is going to give them for sports activities of various kinds in whatever season, or the one it's going to be once a month, right? Basically, they're against a WWF premium live event.
I was going to ask you, what is worse, a preemption or actually just having your event go against something that's going to zap a lot of the audience?
Well, I mean, preemption, if you're not being shown anytime, anywhere, that's worse because then nobody sees the show. Preemption, if you're on at a different time or even a different night, when they used to switch Raw because of the fucking dog show or whatever, at least the people that want to watch your program can find you, and there's nothing conflicting them from doing so as long as they can get if it's FS1 instead of Fox for SmackDown, if they've got FS1 on cable or whatever, they can seek you out. But when there is a similar or even bigger wrestling event on opposite, that's where you really split the audience because, maybe they can DVR this if they really care, but they're probably going to watch the big show rather than another episode of weekly television. So that takes away a lot of the audience.
Well, that was AEW Collision once again for August 5th. And zooming ahead, without a time machine, AEW Dynamite from, where were they? They said what town they were in, and Ohio, weren't they?
Yes, I think they were in Cleveland. Columbus. That's where they were. Right in the middle of the state. Al Haft territory.
Frankie Williams territory.
I recently found out Al Haft looked like the most interesting man in the world in those liquor commercials.
Really?
Yes.
Did he wear a sash?
Yes, he had an ascot.
An ascot, wow.
He was wearing an ascot and had the silver hair. It was amazing.
Silver hair?
And also a purple, like crushed velvet smoking jacket.
This is Al Haft you're speaking of.
Yes. I was sitting right next to him at the time talking to him. Anyway, so the opening of Dynamite on August the 9th was the Jericho Appreciators mandatory meeting that they have called to discuss the way that Chris Jericho's been treating them and his lack of caring about their individual wants and needs and feelings and emotions. And you had Mac Daddy, and you had Anna Jay, and you had Ty Mello Conti, and you had Sammy Guevara, and Danny Garcia, and Cool Hand Luke, and Hatless Hager. What does Hager do here?
I can't answer that. How do you want to answer that? He hasn't had that hat in forever. That's still the only thing about him that's over.
What is his purpose?
Jericho likes him. That's the purpose. That's why he got his job. That's why he's been there this whole time. That's why he has that contract. He's Chris Jericho's guy. Period.
Well, not anymore, because he's about to quit. Jericho came out in a magenta leisure suit, and as their friend. He wanted to talk about being their friend and all he's done for him, and Garcia shut him up. He was mad about getting hit with the bat last week. Jericho never chooses them, always chooses himself. He quit and he walked out. And then Hager, with all the personality you would expect from a rusty oil drum, said that he wasn't surprised about Garcia walking out. He's still talking about his hat. He mentioned his hat. He doesn't appreciate Jericho anymore, and he walked out. And hopefully Tony met him with a termination notice at the curtain. And then Jericho pleaded with the rest of them to think about what he's done for him. But Ty was feeling sick, and it wasn't just the ongoing medical situation she's got going on. She said, I'm going to go away and have my baby and come back next year. I quit. So thank you for coming. And then Anna Jay said that she's going to win the women's title that night, not appreciate Jericho, and she left too. And then Cool Hand Luke told him off kind of in the best fashion of anybody so far, with more emotion and a better promo. And he quit. And then Daddy Mac cried and squealed about the last 18 months being his lifelong dream. But a lot of his friends hate Jericho, and now he understands why, and he left. And then Guevara slapped the microphone out of Jericho's hands and told him off. And then he said, I'm not going to walk out because I'm your friend. But if you work your shit out, maybe I'll be here. And then he walked out. And Jericho was left standing there. So apparently, the Jericho Appreciation Society is no longer going to be appreciating Jericho.
The whole thing was stupid from the get-go. Putting them together as a faction with that name, they're supposed to appreciate him, who's doing the worst work of his career. This whole segment was a bad Monday Night Raw segment. It was Chris Jericho unleashed. Everyone got to do their bad acting and then dramatically walk off. This was so bad, and it lasted a long time.
Long time.
If it all leads to Chris Jericho turning babyface on Don Callis to be appreciated by the appreciators, it's stupid. If it's so that Jericho could become a heel, we'll see. But Chris Jericho's work has been substandard for quite some time, specifically the booking around it. And this was just lame. I mean, this seemed like a lame Raw segment, the kind of thing that Jericho would have had Vince reject, and he brought it here.
But at least they didn't have any potted plants.
That's true.
They should have had a meeting in the therapist's office. Shitstain could have written that. He could have brought Stevie Richards back and give him a doctorate. And
what did you think of this? What did you think of starting the show with this? And then, like I said, just the dramatic one at a time, everyone, like the Muppets leaving Kermit in Manhattan.
Well, yeah, and that's, when I saw them in the ring, I'm like, what the fuck? Because they advertised the Hardys versus the Buckaroos. And honestly, I thought they would put that on first because they now know that the highest rated part of the program almost always on Wednesday is the first part, the first segment. And I figured that they would want to do that then, not only to hook people with the biggest marquee thing they might be able to put together, but also so the Buckaroos wouldn't have to taste the ignominious defeat of losing viewers somewhere else in the program. But I guess Jericho won the coin flip in Tony's office, and he got to go first and they got to go second. But no, you said it was a bad Raw segment. And if there was 2 or 3 guys that he had really been tight with and they hadn't been teasing all this dissension for so long, it might be one thing. But when it's 7 people or whatever out there and they've all been pissing on him for weeks because he's blowing them off, you knew what was going to happen, and it took a long time for it to happen.
But like with Raw, not Raw, but SmackDown, WWE, not that I'm the biggest fan of these kind of things, but they work considering what it is. With the Bloodline, it's never, but very often, instead of just Roman Reigns will be here, it's Roman Reigns will be here for, tribal spelling bee, like something that's been going on. With Jericho, it's always that. It's always, there will be an inner circle conference of champions, or there'll be the Jericho Appreciators public meeting.
Yes.
It's always these bad segments, and they're always bad. They're always bad.
I'm bad. Shinoba, 'cause I'm bad. I'm Jericho. I'm bad.
It's my booking.
And I'll cry if I want to.
It's a completely different song. You just went to Leslie Gore.
You would cry too if it happened to you. So Renee Moxley Good was in the back after the break with Chris Jericho and Don Fallis. And Don is apologizing if he played any part in what just happened. And Jericho said, I made up my mind about whether I'm going to join your family or not, Don, and I'm going to announce it next week. So we get another big announcement about another group he's going into. And then...
Wouldn't it be funny if all the appreciators join Callis?
That would be great. Now the family is bigger than ever. But, Chris, we don't have room for you at the table. Did you notice that they had a package of FTR challenging the Buckaroos from Saturday night's Collision, and it took 20 whole seconds?
Yeah, and we did say that they need to recap a lot of the stuff from Collision a little more this week than previous weeks just because of SummerSlam running up against it. So I thought they would have showed a little more of this stuff.
Well, this was a little. They showed a little. It took about 20 seconds. And then came the Cucamonga Kids and their dream match against Matt and Jeff Hardy. And
Hardy versus Hardy.
Explain this to me. Explain, besides the fact that they just wanted to work with the Hardys, and you would imagine at some point in time that this would have been a ratings mover. But I think that would have been a year ago when they had first reunited Matt and Jeff, or whenever that was. It could have been a big match on pay-per-view if that was the first time the Hardys were back together. It could have been a big rating on TV pushed several weeks in advance if it was, as I said, a year ago and the Hardys had just got back together. But they got them together. They put them in meaningless undercard drivel. Then Jeff got arrested again. Then he was off. Now he's back. And it's not even a hot TV match. But when the Buckaroos came out to ringside, they were kind of baby facing and slapping some hands. The fans in the front row tower over them.
They're not getting pops like they used to, are they?
No, but also, who was the baby faces and who was supposed to be the heels? If the baby faces were the Hardys, because Jeff gets the biggest reaction of any of the people in this match, then why did they have Isaiah Cassidy and the other Page at ringside with them? The Bucks came out alone, but then Brandon Cutlet snuck down there. He was there by the time the thing was going. If Page just switched babyface against MJF, why is he in the corner of guys unless they're the babyfaces? And why do the babyfaces feel the need to have all these guys in their corner? And if the Bucks are the babyfaces, then why were they getting heat on Matt Hardy in the match? And what the fuck? And then they let the Hardys shine for the first, shine in quotation marks, for the first part of the match. But Jeff, I'm sorry, but he was a step slow or a step behind or a step off or out of sync. And Matt is still trying to do the delete thing, but didn't he do the delete thing when he dressed up like the love child of Vincent Price and B. Arthur?
It's all he has. That and tagging in his brother. That's all he has.
But I mean, it wasn't a good match at the start. And Jeff every time he does something, he looks like he's in pain. And then after that kind of fell apart, the Buckaroos took over to start the heat, and they did all the same shit that they usually do, but at least it was action and they weren't lost. So the people kind of came up. And there was, it went back and forth. People went crazy for whatever Jeff mostly did. And he didn't fall off the ropes anymore like he did last time. But finally, Maddie and Nikki hit the double shitty knee lifts on Matt, 1, 2, 3. And then both teams shook hands and hugged. And Cutlet started spraying Jeff with the cold spray. And I don't understand this whole interaction. And then the Buckaroos get the microphone in the ring, and instead of speaking like humans they got mean faces, and one of them growled, FTR.
Which is copying what FTR did. Kast just said Young Bucks into the mic, and that started it.
Well, yeah, but he didn't put on a mean face and like he was fucking a kid mad because he didn't get dessert. Do they think, you can tell they think that when they put on these mean faces and the growly voices that somehow they look intimidating or like they could possibly, in any non-phony enterprise, whip any grown adult person or even whip cream with an outboard motor. And it looks so ridiculous. And then FTR's music played and they came to the ring and they just did a face-off and nobody said anything. And there was a small smattering of "this is awesome" from some ringsiders. And then Nikki said, "all in." And that was it. FTR never said anything. The other two are children trying to act tough on the playground. And we've got to watch the best tag team in the world stooge for these fucking nitwit children again. Instead of having a big return match 3 out of 5 falls with gin and juice. And nobody wants to see this anymore. The time was there when they could have put all the belts on FTR, which is what they were pointing toward, until the Bucks swerved everybody by making Tony make 6-man belts so they could play with their friend, and refused to do the job for FTR when the time was right.
Because they knew if they held that long enough, FTR will do the job for them.
Yes, but now the match doesn't mean anything. The discussion has been ended on who the best tag team in the world is, and the Bucks ain't in it anymore.
That's
and
right.
now they want to go and get their win back.
And again, we haven't seen them in pure tag team competition in quite a while. This was the first time on Dynamite I could think of in forever, and it wasn't an impressive match, and they didn't get an impressive reaction from the fans. Omega gets a big reaction. Can't be denied. They don't get the reaction he gets. They don't even get the reaction FTR gets. And it was like that before when they had their hissy fit and decided they didn't want to work with FTR. FTR got their deals. Young Bucks got their deals. Young Bucks got better deals. There's no way they're going into Wembley. Remember that story early on? The Bucks met with Tony in London. They were over there wrestling, and he was over there for the football club. And they met up, and he took them. I don't know if it was Wembley. I thought it may have been a stadium that his team plays in, but took him to a stadium and said, wouldn't it be great if we started this up? One day, we'll be able to run something like this. There's no way they're going to lose. They're going to fly their whole families over there for this. So they could see the Young Bucks celebrating Wembley, forcing themselves into the picture, where again, FTR is having another stellar year, and now all of a sudden everything's going to change. It's either going to be FTR losing, and I'm sure they will. They're good boys. You know, they got their deal. They'll do whatever they have to do now. There's no way the Young Bucks are going to lose. The only other thing would be if the Young Bucks got their deal and said, okay, Tony, you're making a big investment in us, our families. I mean, Matt Jackson's fucking wife has a job. We'll do business. And then Punk interferes. Because if Punk interfered and costed them the match, and FTR has the third match, the rubber match,
yeah,
then you got something massive going into Chicago a week later, and who knows what else in the coming weeks and months.
That'll never happen.
Those are the two options right there. Either they're going to go over FTR just because they want personally that moment in London, because again, this match just doesn't seem like the time right now. The third match with Gin and Juice does. I'm not saying that's a Wembley Stadium match, but that's certainly the next thing that should be happening. Or the Bucks are going to do business, lose the match, set up something that could really be the biggest thing in company history.
They do not have the balls or the guts or the penis or any of the other bodily parts or functions or bits to fucking work with Punk or to even talk to him like men, because they're scared little kids hiding behind their fucking lawyers. So option B is not going to happen. Option A, we're going to fly our family over here, many of whom are on the payroll anyway, and we're going to have a big celebration winning in front of the big crowd, regardless of how it affects future business for the company that we're supposedly vice presidents of. That's what's going to happen. Prove me wrong, buckaroos. Prove me wrong, little buckaroos.
Hee-haw!
Yeah. Moving on. So we get another bro video of Cole and MJF, and this time Adam wants him to go to the trampoline park. And while Adam was acting like he was 12, jumping up and down at the opportunity to play on the trampoline and play the video games, MJF's looking around for pussy. There is none. So then he sees a dodgeball. And then much of the video is, and by the way, they have a special dodgeball now, don't they? That ball looks soft and green. What kind of dodgeball did they play dodgeball with when you were a kid?
Well, they use those rubber kickballs, but I don't know if they're going to use those at a trampoline park with kids bouncing all over the place.
Well, that's the thing. There was, because I used to get fucking those goddamn soccer balls chucked at me.
Soccer balls?
Well, they were the soccer balls or the volleyballs or whatever. They weren't goddamn fluffy Nerf balls.
Seriously, though, dodgeball's fun. Why didn't you just try to catch the ball and get someone else out?
Are you allowed to try to catch the ball?
You never caught the ball?
No, they always just told me to stand there in front of the fucking wall while they threw balls at me.
That's not dodgeball. That's a firing line.
Oh, well, no wonder it was different. But anyway, so the majority of the video is MJF in slow motion, artistically done with reaction shots from 6- and 7-year-old children, throwing the dodgeballs at the small children and them making ooh faces and how much it hurts, even though they're not bouncing off their goddamn face with any impact. And then the last shot of the video, it was the kids laying there making fake funny pain faces with their tongues stuck out. And then they get flipped. MJF and Adam Cole get flipped off by a 7-year-old girl. She gives them the finger. I hated this. It was so phony. I don't even mind if he's really pegging those fucking kids with a goddamn dodgeball and we see it in real time with one camera where it doesn't look fucking fake. That would have been funny. I'd like to bean a couple of the little crumb-snatching rugrats, too.
Oh, will you stop it?
But it's fucking phony, the way these things are put together and presented and the way that they're doing it, and they're ruining MJF for me. I know everybody else getting a big kick out of it because wrestling is something you're just supposed to laugh at. But if anytime I see something that's obviously phony, I just roll my eyes, and this is it. What'd you think?
You know, I think they've gotten past the point of needing to keep doing these buddy videos because they're doing these videos every week and then they still do a live in-ring promo later on in the show. I think you could just stick with that. I'm not against the idea of doing these outside features. I'm against the fake reaction shots.
Yes.
And it was nothing but that. It was nothing but stylistic shots. If it was going to be Adam Cole goofing around and MJF doing his thing, even if it didn't have to be one camera, and it probably should be, maybe two at most, but it has to make sense. It can't be like, okay, we filmed this guy assaulting all of these children in slow-mo as close-ups.
Now let's get the children to come back and do reaction shots. Hey, bring the ambulance back. Can you just back it up in the parking lot? Just get the kids to come back for a couple more B-roll shots.
This is a show, this is a promotion that made us think that they were afraid of any of this lawsuit stuff with Punk. In the last 2 weeks, Nick Wayne's been assaulted in his home on camera, and children in mass were assaulted by the World Heavyweight Champion.
Well, and hey, in a minute, one of their top baby faces is going to be assaulted by a member of security, so...
Well, I'll just say this, though. For what you said earlier, you know, you're not a big fan of this. I like the in-ring stuff. I'm not a fan of this stuff with Adam Cole and MJF because they're clearly having a great time, and MJF's a really talented actor, but it gets to be too much of we're doing skits and all of that stuff. But all the other stuff in the ring is good, and they are over. They may be the most over thing in the company right now.
Yeah, well, the ratings seem to bear that out, too. They're the AEW Bloodline. And then we go to the AEW Mudline. For the FTW title, Jack Perry took on RVD. Remember, RVD is there at the behest of Jerry Lynn, and also because apparently he's the only person from ECW that can still walk fucking upright properly.
Should Jerry Lynn have been out there for this?
Well, he instigated it, didn't it? But then if he'd have been out there, it looked like they were ganging up on the heel, because all of the baby faces seem to have more people at ringside than the heels do.
Or on commentary, or just something. He was involved in this, and now he's no longer involved in it.
Well, he was just a means to an end. That's what happened to Jerry Lynn. We wish him well in his future endeavors. No, they can't be bothered to make this shit make sense from one week to the next, but RVD looks in a lot better shape than the Japanese legends, and you can't even say he worked an easy style in his promotion, ECW, for fuck's sake. But, I mean, again, I swear, I thought they were going to have a match, okay, and I'm not against bringing in an established veteran, legend, whatever the description, to put a new, young, up-and-coming heel over. But they did the first segment, and RVD did some of his stuff, and they go to the break, and they come back from the break. There's 3 chairs in the ring, a table set up at ringside. So what? Again, they can't even have a fucking match under these circumstances without having to do all the furniture. And then Van Dam drop-kicked Jack with a chair and puts the chair on Perry's stomach. And there's Jack Perry laying there, old Jungle Jack, on flat of his back in the ring. And RVD throws the chair down on his stomach, and Jack grabs the chair and holds it there. And then RVD turns and runs and hits the far ropes and does a forward roll and jumps up and does a cannonball and splashes the chair that Jack Perry was still holding on top of himself. And I wrote, what the fuck are they doing? And I guess then he put the chair on Jack again and went for the split-legged moonsault. But Jungle Boy rolled underneath the buckle, but RVD got stuck on the top rope and had to do an extra bounce. So by the time that he actually bounced off for the moonsault, Jungle Boy was already completely rolled out of the way, and people kind of went, ah. And then Jack threw the chair and hit the referee in the head. And boom, boom, boom. Somehow they got to the top rope while the referee's down, Jungle Boy and RVD, or Jack Perry and RVD, and Perry gouges RVD's eyes and then turned to his right and dove off the goddamn top rope and flipped through the table onto the floor, pretty much of his own volition. Did I miss something there?
No, I went back and watched that a couple of times. He was up on the top rope with RVD, and then he just decided to do a tumble sault off the top rope to the table. He wasn't hit or he wasn't pushed. They didn't make it look like that. They didn't try to make it look like that. He just dove onto the table.
Yeah. So then RVD got down there and rolled him in and hit a splash off the top and covered him, but there's no referee. And the people are counting 1, 2, 3, 4. And then here came referee Aubrey Ed coming in at a full gallop and dove right in. 1, 2, he kicked out. This is where, then right in front of Aubrey. And I know that we've already established it's no disqualification. Anything goes, FTW title, but right in front of Aubrey. Perry just nut shots RVD, hits him right in the balls, grabs him and real sloppily runs him into the post. RVD took a good one. Jungle Boy didn't know how to fucking throw him there. And then rolled him up and pulled the tights 1, 2, 3. So, how old is Rob Van Dam?
I'll look that up.
And again, I'm older than he is, so I'm not making fun of him for being old. And he is a 52. Big name in wrestling. 52 years old. So, Jack Perry was just challenging for the world title and made to look weak in that build-up. And now he's just switched heel and practically needs a bazooka to beat a guy who qualifies for AARP, the American Association of Retired Persons. 52, you can get in. I did. They bumped the referee. RVD got a fall on him that the fans were able to count. Then Perry has to hit him in the nuts and post him and pull his tights to beat him. And he's not a full-time wrestler, and he's never appeared for this company before. How the fuck? And I know somebody was saying, oh, he'll get plenty of heat for cheating. The fuck? That only goes so far. That's what I thought of that. What'd you think of that?
I can't add too much more. The one positive I'll say is I think Jack Perry, as I said before, each week he leans into it a little more. He's a little more believable as this guy. The match itself, I didn't like. It just wasn't my kind of match, and we'll see what they do with Jack Perry. This is not really making me really excited to see him in Hook again.
Well, maybe they'll rematch him with RVD since it was so close this time. And then they can have a rubber match. All right, Renee Moxley Good was with Penthouse and Felix and Alex got to talk. And apparently they're baby faces even. And then Felix and Penthouse did a promo, and I don't know what the fuck they said, because they're unintelligible.
They said they're going to kick the shit out of the BCC, which is Renee's husband.
Well, then that's right. Renee was standing there against talking to the people that are, but her husband is bringing it on himself with all these people he's stabbing in the head with a screwdriver. So, but one would think that is somewhat of a conflict of interest. But then we got to the 9 o'clock hour. That's later on, the Lucha Brothers. We got 9 o'clock now, MJF and Adam Cole. They want to, so we need to check. The ratings aren't out as we speak yet, but we'll update you on the experience if we don't have it by the end of the program. I mean, MJF is pandering to the crowd, and obviously he's chewing up the scenery. I mean, he's Betty Davis in fucking Dark Victory. And, then he gets carried away, and after Adam talks for a minute, MJF thinks that he's being challenged to a promo battle and starts ripping Cole apart, including, "You're so skinny and pale, if this was the 80s, Hulk Hogan would snort you." And Adam stopped him. And now Adam Cole has had the idea that since they failed to win the AEW tag team title, but they're brochachos or whatever, before their match for the world title at Wembley, they want to go after the Ring of Honor world tag title on the pre-show, I guess. The only Ring of Honor title that he's never won, the tag team title. And he built it up. Adam Cole made Ring of Honor mean more with his promo here than AEW television has in the past year. That was very good. But MJF is saying wrestle twice in one night? Well, I'm a sucker for a cheap pop, so I'll agree. And I'm like, okay, I got to give it to him, because now I wrote, what the fuck is going on? We never saw this coming. They're going to have a tag team match earlier in the night before they have their title match. And one would think that gives another opportunity for something to take place between them. But if they win the Ring of Honor tag title, and then they go in to the world title match and have some type of breakup there, well, that would just be odd. But maybe that's what they're counting on us thinking. So at least they've got us thinking, which is more than this television program usually does for us.
Yeah, again, they have something with these two, but they still continue to tease dissension. I mean, now they're challenging for the AEW tag team titles on the pre-show.
Or no, the Ring of Honor.
Or Ring of Honor tag titles on the pre-show.
Luckily, they've got 7 promotions they can defend titles from.
But on the pre-show. So the world champion is going to be at a tag match on the pre-show, and they come out later for the match with Adam Cole, which I'm going to guess, we'll see. It may be more smoke and mirrors than match if they're already working earlier in the night and Cole has any limitations. But then the question becomes, and we've talked about it, does Cole turn on MJF, cementing MJF now as the babyface, and Cole can go back to what he did well? This is the first time he's been good as a babyface in AEW right now with MJF, and it's more comedy.
Yeah.
The Roddy Strong stuff is just weird.
Well, Roddy came out at the end of the promo here,
yeah.
And he's still wearing the neck brace, and he's bullshit. He can't believe what's going on. You want to win the Ring of Honor tag team title with MJF and not me? And then MJF tells Roddy off and calls him a bland bitch. And then Adam's mad because he don't want MJF talking to Roddy that way, but Roddy can't believe that Adam Cole would let MJF talk to him like that. And then Matt Taven and Mike Bennett come out and hug Roddy. And I know they've had stories going on other programs, but if they're going to feature Taven and Bennett as part of this, they need to put them on the regular television every once in a while.
Where's Maria?
A good question. And then Adam shoved MJF, but then apologized, and they hugged. And Adam left the ring to check on Roddy, while MJF stayed in the ring and was kind of bemused by the whole situation. But this was a 12-minute deal.
And again, now in the middle of it, beyond Roddy, Taven and Bennett have been mostly a Ring of Honor tag team. They're going to have a Ring of Honor tag match on the pre-show. It could play into that.
Who are the Ring of Honor tag team champions?
Aussie Open.
Ah, that's right, Ozzy Oldham.
So, again, it could play into that, or it could play into the actual match later in the show. I don't know if they would put Bennett and Taven in that kind of spot where they'd be interfering in the World Heavyweight Championship match. Again, I wonder where Kyle O'Reilly is on his journey back. But we shall see. I mean, I guess the best thing you could say about all this is no one knows what's going to happen.
All righty. Well, speaking of things that are going to happen, we got to talk for just a minute about the effort by the BBC on this program. The big advertised match was the BBC against the Lucha Brothers. And BBC, of course, being Claudio and the Plumber in this one. And the BBC, as usual, come out through the crowd, but the Lucha Brothers attack them from behind and they get started. Immediate dives. And what, Brian, are the Lucha Brothers doing now that is different from what they have done for the past 4 years on television every time you see them?
Nothing.
Same moves, same matches, same kind of stuff. There's no great promos, no memorable personal issues.
No, whether they're heel or face, it's the same thing usually.
Just a lot of moves. Well, they did some more moves. And the match was horrible, and I think the fans realized it at a couple of points.
I was surprised, again, this is Ohio, how silent they were from Moxley throughout the match.
Well, it's Columbus, and they know the people down in Cincinnati are just, well, they're no good, dirty scum. But Moxley is the worst wrestler in the world. I noticed that again.
He's so bad. And every time we say that, some like weird, lonely person will be like, how out of touch do you have to be to say that about Jon Moxley? Well, because we watch him. We actually watch what he does, and he's really bad at being a pro wrestler. It's just that some of you like his personality because you believe it.
I have working optic nerves, so I can see what Moxley is doing, and he gets on those nerves. So Penthouse made a comeback. They went back and forth. There were more tags in and out. It would not end. And then Moxley and Penthouse got in the middle of the ring, and they did the chop trade on each other on purpose without selling 40 chops in rapid fire. Then nobody took a bump from any of that. They continued to do more moves. And I wrote Moxley is a fucking complete mark. Not only for himself, but he's just a mark.
And every match we have this spot where he's trading chops with someone. Or forearms.
Oh, yeah.
Every single match.
And then, did you like the Lucha Brothers Spike pile driver?
Did I like it? Did you like it?
So, Penthouse gets fucking... Was it Moxley? Yeah, I guess it was.
It was Moxley.
Yeah, up in a position for a pile driver, and Felix is going to come off the buckle and give him the spike, and Felix jumped off and went right past them. Completely right past a stationary target, and fell in a heap to the side of him, and then he just pile drived him anyway. For a 2 count. And there was no pop on the kick out because it was so obvious that they had just fallen in a heap. And then Yuta interfered in front of Aubrey Ed, and that made Alex and Yuta get in a fight, and Felix dove on Yuta, and Moxley, the camera missed how exactly this happened. I never caught it. The announcers had to catch up with it afterwards because they didn't see it to begin with. But Moxley rolled Penthouse up And at the same time, somebody, Moxley, I guess, or whoever, had pulled Penhouse's mask off. So when Moxley rolled him up and pulled the tights, that was the 1, 2, 3 because Penthouse had his hands covering his face. And then the BBC got more heat, in quotation marks, on the Lucha Brothers, which was rotten because it looked like shit. So they just beat him and beat him up. And there you go.
They missed the mask spot, which had to be explained after the fact. They've given Yuta more wins over more people than he should ever have. Has it helped him? Does anyone care about him? He's just a little kid at ringside for these guys. And the match was not good. So, no, not good. Another segment, I give it 4 on the scale.
Wait a minute. Hold on here 1 second. Or maybe even... Or possibly...
Can you cut any of those short? If it was instead of 4 farts, it was 4 3/4 farts.
Hold on. Let me try. No, it won't go short.
All right, well, 5 farts. That was a 5 fart match.
Well, then Swerve was competing. Well, here he came, the whole Mogul Embassy of Champions.
What a modern-day Paul Jones army came out on the fucking stage. Just a random Samoan, Brian Cage wearing the face paint, Prince Nana acting it up.
Tia Leone, Bishop Khan, A.R. Fox in tactical gear, all dressed in hoodies and everything. Swerve, at least Prince Nana got to talk. He said a couple sentences. And then Swerve started talking. I can understand if you have Swerve with Nana, his manager, if you have Swerve with A.R. Fox. When he comes out with 7 people and they all look like idiots, does that help or hurt him by being in a group of nobodies?
I don't think any of this has been helping him. And again, this is going back to the original Mogul team with Rick Ross and the 2 tattooed freaks.
And they called Darby Allin out because that issue is ongoing. And Darby came out, and Darby has found some emotion. I'm enjoying Darby's promos because at least he's into this, but he makes it sound real. He's like, I tried to help you, Fox. And you're really mad that I helped Nick Wayne? Well, I've got friends too. I mean, all that he had emotion and he's into it. He's not stumbling around or comatose or cruising on Lake Havasoma. But when he says he has friends too, the lights go out and they stay out for a long time. Do the WWF light blackouts go that long? Or are they better at getting people in position?
They typically don't go that long. I hate them every time, but also you don't always have a 60-something-year-old man you have to get into the ring.
That may be true. But when the lights came back on, guess what? Sting was in the ring with a baseball bat and he started thumping people. And that's when, did you see this? Somebody posted it on Twitter. But I saw it, I rewound it 17 times. I was captivated. Darby, when Sting is starting to hit people in the ring with his bat, Darby wants to chase, I guess was it Fox or Swerve? I can't remember now. But one of them. And Darby's in the entranceway. So Darby comes down the ramp and turns left and is chasing his intended prey, who jumps over the guardrail into the people and is running up the stairs. And Darby is going to jump over and run after him. But one of the security guys at ringside sees the heel jump over the rail and realizes, I got to follow him. So he starts too. And right as they get to the rail, the security guy, who looks like he's about 230, 240, and Darby, who looks like he's about 130, 140, they're neck and neck coming to the finish line. And right as Darby's going to jump over the goddamn deal, the security guard puts his hands on the rail and jumps up and throws his legs to the side to jump over the barricade and drop kicked Darby in the fucking head. And Darby goes head first over. He lands hung out like Aunt Lola's wash on top of the barricade with his feet wiggling in the air because he's stuck. His head's down low and his feet are up high and his midsection's over the barricade because he just got kicked in the side of the face. And the security guy takes off and goes and gets the heel. And that was the goddamnest thing. Now the security people are beating up the fucking wrestlers. And then, so it was Fox he was chasing because Sting beat up Swerve with the bat and then stopped beating up everybody he was mad at with the bat to point to the All-In banner. And Swerve escaped. That was a pretty big goddamn mess right there.
Yeah, by the way, this Wembley card doesn't seem like it's all that special, other than FTR Bucks, which doesn't mean today what it would have meant a year ago, and that's still a significant match. What other matches on this show seem really big?
Well, they don't. Here's the thing. They don't need it. It's going to be, the people have willed it to be big. The people are going to love this if they go out and they drop their pants and they take a shit and then toast marshmallows. The people have, it's a happening. The people have decided they were coming no matter what. And the people decided that they're goddamn going to like this. So they're bulletproof on this show.
That security guard, that's the same guy that's been almost like an unofficial member of the Blackpool Combat Club, because whenever Moxley goes into the audience, he's right next to him to make sure no one will touch him or hit him or whatever. That's also, I believe, the same guy that, remember we had a letter on the air way back? Someone went to an AEW house show and they were told by a security guard, if Punk ever comes back, this company will die. That's the same guy, the drop kicker. Only other thought I'll have about this, they set up something with Sting and MJF months ago, when MJF and Darby were going at it, and they never followed up on it. So for no good reason...
Let's hope they never do.
For no good reason, Sting in the middle of that came out there to insult the world champion, and there was never any kind of retribution. Just want to say that.
But think about this. We need to keep MJF and Sting in different social circles. Because what kind of... I mean, I know Sting's going to jump off of something, although he may have learned this last time. He's just come back from... I'm sure he had to have some type of dental surgery. But MJF and Sting is not a physical matchup, even for a short burst of flurried, simulated violence that we want to see, is it? It can't end well for MJF.
No, it can't.
So let's just not remind him of that. Would you like to talk about the main event on the program?
You know what? Yeah, I would.
Did you watch it?
I did.
Well, I figured you would. One of your favorites is in it. The main event was for the AEW Women's title, Anna Jay versus Hikaru Shida. And I wrote at this point, so they're just forfeiting the final quarter. They're not even going to try. The entrances started at 12 minutes till. The bells was at 10 minutes till. They went to break at 8 minutes till. They came back at 5 minutes till. And Shida made a comeback and hit a knee lift 1, 2, 3. And I think at one point, they may have told her, maybe Cool Hand Luke or whatever, who jumped in and kind of, after the knee lift, Cool Hand Luke was at ringside and reached in and like grabbed Anna Jay's wrist and gave her the Iggy, like, stay down, we got 15 seconds on the air. I can't imagine what else that would have been.
I wondered what that was, actually. Yeah, I'm glad to hear you say that.
Well, I don't know what else it would have been, because it wasn't like he was trying to break the cover, pull her out. It meant nothing. The announcers were even confused. And I'm wondering if they were so close to going off the air, he was just like, no, this is go, just stay there. I don't know. Why wouldn't the referee say that? But what was he telling her when she was laying flat on her back in the fucking cover?
I don't know.
So they forfeited the last 12 minutes of national cable television time just because they figured, what the fuck? We know what's going to happen.
You know, I watched it. I think Sheeta's overrated in general, but I think Anna Jay has something. And, you know, her coming out there with no association with Jericho, but having Cool Hand and Magic Menard or whatever their names are, as kind of her weird, they're not into her sexually, but they're not gay. They're just kind of friends and they hang around and help her. There was something there. If they gave her the Jade Cargill push, Anna Jay, it would have worked better than with Jade, I think.
Well, yeah, because she actually kind of halfway wants to do this more than once a week for a fling for a while.
Yeah, I think if you watch Anna Jay, you could see someone who's trying to do this right. So it's not just that she's fine. I'm on her side because it appears that she's always trying to get better, and she's somewhat athletic, and she has some size, and she could take bumps, and she's shown a willingness to take stupid bumps, But
you will agree that this was not a main event for a national television program that should be expected to garner high ratings.
This was a main event for a Rampage expected to garner the worst ratings in Rampage history.
Okay, I just want to make sure we were on the same page.
I wish we had the ratings right now. I'm dying to see these ratings now. You're talking me into it.
Well, so remember, folks, come back on the experience and we'll have the goddamn ratings, and then we will tell you what's what.
That's right. But until then, hey, Jim, before we wrap things up, and I want to tell everyone about our fine attorney in a moment, but a few quick things, because we've had a lot of questions coming in about Kast Media, Colin Thomson, LiveOne, PodcastOne, and all of this.
There are still things going on and other things to be revealed upcoming in the near future concerning our dealings with these people.
There are a lot of things going on. A lot of things going on with us and these matters. A lot of things going on with outside parties and these matters. And you'll be hearing a lot more from us about that, but we've been receiving such feedback. We have heard from probably at least a dozen now former Kast employees. I mean, everyone's a former Kast employee at this point. Former Kast employees talking about their experiences. To a person, every single one of them has a problem with Colin Thomson. Every single one of them thinks Colin did something wrong, either personally to them, usually costing them money, or just overall in general. So that's telling.
Well, and we talked last week about the class action suit that he's on the receiving end of from other former employees accusing him of everything from paying late to not paying at all to conducting basically a slave labor camp and violating every state workplace regulation that it is possible to violate. So he's getting sued there. We're on his ass. The Pod News people chased him down here a week or two ago and wrote an article. There may be more to come there.
Yeah, there may be some more articles to come. We'll see what happens there.
But we haven't actually been talking enough about the other part of this equation, the other alleged weasels that are trying to help him screw everybody out of their money, which we've also found evidence is upwards of $5 million at this point. We haven't been talking about the PodcastOne/LiveOne people as much as we should.
No, we're going to talk about them briefly right now. Let me just say on Colin Thomson, again, if you have any information, get in touch with us, CornyDriveThru@gmail.com or Brian@ArcadianVanguard.com. We've heard from former employees, podcasts, obviously, people in St. Louis, people in Chicago, people who know Colin Thomson's family, people who have pointed out some of the crackpot shit his father has put on social media. So there'll be a lot more to come about Colin Thomson, maybe his relationship with his church, whole bunch of things coming about Colin, because Colin took our money. LiveOne, for a reason that we can't fully understand, other than they were trying to get all the Kast assets they wanted on the cheap, decided to dive into the middle of this fray. Colin Thomson and Kast Media owed us money. Colin Thomson incorporated LiveOne in these emails by copying their top executives. Colin Thomson later copied the LiveOne top executive, Rob Ellen, to the emails.
The CEO of LiveOne.
Rob Ellen then proceeded to email Jim Cornette saying he doesn't want anything to do with this fight. However, talk to my team. I don't want anything to do with this. However, I will tell Colin to get you the statements, which we've never received. So there's a lot of this. We're not involved. However, we will instruct the person who is to do what you are saying you want him to do. And we're not involved. However, if you want any chance of getting your money without Colin going into bankruptcy, you better talk to our team.
Which brings up, why in the world would a successful businessman running a publicly traded company that is probably worth just billions and billions of dollars, why would they be so anxious to work with this weasel that is being outed in a variety of news sources as owing people all kinds of money and misrepresenting everything about his business to them? Why, we say?
Yeah, and let's lay it out to what we believe right now, based on the evidence we have, based on everyone we've talked to, based on everything we've seen, everything we've experienced, everything that's documented, everything in writing. We suspect Colin Thomson committed fraud. We suspect Colin Thomson misappropriated our money and the money of many other content creators and slash agents and managers and everything else to either inside productions that had nothing to do with the shows that actually earned the money, and he had no right to do that, or possibly outside productions like a mansion in Calabasas or various other things, we suspect fraud. We're being told that in order to be made whole based on their math for the fraud, we would have to accept payment, including stock pre-IPO in PodcastOne. LiveOne would be giving us stock in PodcastOne to repay us for the money that was lost due to Colin Thomson's fraud.
But now a lot of people might say, well, that doesn't sound so bad. Stock in this big multimedia company, well, that's just got to be worth thousands and thousands and thousands of dollars. A lot of people might say that.
Well, we can talk about that, but also some people might say that doesn't sound legal. How could a publicly traded company's stock be used in this manner to repay people for fraud?
Well, especially when it's stock of a company that's not actually fully formed yet. But besides that, the company that would be issuing the stock would still be employing and doing business with the aforementioned Colin Thomson, that was actually the person who committed the fraud and misrepresentation and possibly outright theft to begin with. And these people, including us and all these other people, would have to sign up to work for a company that contained the guy that stole their money.
Can you imagine? I mean, just take any other situation. This guy steals your money. You want to get the money back, you have to go through me. You have to sign a deal with me. You're going to come work on my team. Oh yeah, by the way, he's going to be in charge. And then we're not going to give you all your money back. We're only going to give you some of it back. The rest of it over a couple years, possibly in some stock.
And by the way, in case anybody's saying, this doesn't really have anything to do with wrestling, it does, in terms of that company has had and possibly will have in the future wrestling-oriented podcasts, including major names if they are so unlucky as to do business with LiveOne/PodcastOne, but also we may not be talking to the wrestling fans now, but we're talking to anybody that has a day job or knows anybody that has a day job over at the SEC. And I'm not talking about the Southeastern Conference. I'm talking about the Securities and Exchange Commission, because we are going to talk publicly about the fraud and malfeasance that's going on with millions and millions of dollars until the SEC decides to look at this Who Shot John deal that LiveOne, PodcastOne, and Kast Media and Colin Thomson are trying to put through. And let's just see if it passes all the musters.
Well, Jim, let's take a step back, and I want to go to a few articles and a few press releases from the previous little less than a year, just to lay a little bit of the groundwork as we continue to tell this story in the weeks ahead. I have an article here, October 19th, 2022, on the Music Ally website. Slacker, and just so you know, Slacker Radio is something owned by LiveOne. It's a streaming service. Slacker hit by court judgment over Sound Exchange royalties. Earlier this year, Sound Exchange sued streaming service Slacker and its parent company LiveOne, alleging that Slacker stopped paying statutory royalties in 2017. How did that legal case go? It certainly didn't go well for Slacker. Yesterday, Sound Exchange hailed a court ruling entering a judgment against Slacker and LiveOne to the tune of $9.7 million.
Boom!
The judgment, and this is a quote, permanently barred Slacker and LiveOne from using the statutory license going forward. This, more than the fine, may be the biggest problem for Slacker now in terms of delivering music to its subscribers. And again, this is as of last year. As for the parent company, in quarter two, LiveOne saw its revenues fall by 40% year on year to $23.2 million, although the company did turn a narrow operating profit of $237,000. Those financials included an admission of, quote, substantial doubt about the company's ability to continue as a growing concern within 1 year from the date that these financial statements are filed. Let's stop there. Their statement from a year ago said that they see trouble operating a year from then, which is coming up pretty soon, isn't it?
Well, it does most cases. Most times, years are only 12 months. And by the way, here, this already sounds like a stock that I want to buy in this company. They sound like they're just world beaters. They're beating the customers away with a stick. Go ahead.
There was also a note that at the end of June, I guess as of 2022, Slacker owed $16.9 million in aggregate royalty payments to collecting societies. So the music publishers, or whoever else, aren't able to collect the money they're supposed to collect from the company playing the music on their streaming service. So they're not paying them. This is the company that tried to get us. You said they wanted to get involved with wrestling. They tried to get involved with us, the two biggest wrestling shows on the planet, because they wanted to be involved with this revenue stream. They can't make revenue. So this is from October. 2 weeks later, October 31st, 2022, this is from InsideRadio.com. LiveOne says Sound Exchange royalty judgment would be unsustainable for the company. After being ordered to pony up nearly $10 million in unpaid royalties to Sound Exchange, Slacker's parent company LiveOne claims that paying that amount would financially ruin the company. Here's a quote: "The economic damage this will cause LiveOne will be unsustainable for this small company," they say.
Unsustainable for a small... I thought they were big operators, big businessmen, but they're saying they can't even pay that judgment or they'd be out in the street.
They lost the judgment for something they did, which was they stopped paying royalties. They lost the judgment. They have to pay, I'm assuming, prior royalties. Maybe there was penalties. Who knows? They're saying they can't pay that or they will be unsustainable. Let's fast forward a few months. I have an article here. I don't have access to the whole thing, so I'm not a subscriber currently. Billboard.com, March 1st, 2023. Do you remember one of the executives on the email, Kit Gray? I think he was the top guy at PodcastOne at that division. Kit
yes,
Gray?
Yes.
PodcastOne president faces lawsuit claiming he fired assistant for refusing to ship weed. Sherry Bell says Chris Kit Gray's request that she ship smoking paraphernalia from a marijuana dispensary, including vape pens and vials, violated federal law. So right now he's involved in a lawsuit where his former assistant said he wanted her to send drugs interstate. So we'll see what happens with that. Next article I have here, April 13th, 2023, so a month later, from .LA, PodcastOne aims to become the first publicly traded podcasting powerhouse. LiveOne, the parent company of PodcastOne, just to take a step back, they're afraid they're going to go out of business or they're going to be unsustainable if they have to pay a judgment that they already lost, that they already have to pay. So now they're going to spin off PodcastOne into a separate stock. PodcastOne, a division of audio streaming and event company LiveOne, is planning to go public in a deal that would make it the first Los Angeles podcast exclusive company to be publicly traded. Several of PodcastOne's biggest competitors, iHeartMedia, SiriusXM, and Spotify, already have publicly listed securities. But Beverly Hills-based PodcastOne would be the first local podcast company to go public. Here's a quote from Rob Ellen about Spotify.
Come and listen to our story about a man named Rob, a poor little podcast operator that couldn't get a job.
Here's a quote from him about Apple and Spotify. All those guys are our partners. We distribute across all of them, but we're very different. We're a small production distribution house that is laser focused on only podcasting, whereas podcasting is a piece of their business, but it is a much smaller piece of their overall companies. Ellen said that many of PodcastOne's creators are also equity holders in the company and stand to benefit directly from the listing.
So he's already jumping ahead and assuming a bunch of people are taking this bogus deal so that he can say that they're equity holders in this, fictitious company.
Maybe it's more than that. We have no idea how many existing PodcastOne shows, either because they're owed money or for whatever other reason, may have been also given pre-IPO stock in this.
Ah, good point. They may be pulling this across the board.
The CEO also claimed it would give podcast fans a chance to invest directly in the company they care about. Because that's what the listeners want, to go spend their money on stock in the podcast company. What a bunch of shit. PodcastOne was launched in March 2007 by PodcastOne founder and president Kit Gray and National Radio Hall of Famer, Norm Pattis, who previously ran Westwood One. LiveOne, formerly known as Live by Live, bought PodcastOne in July 2020 for $16.1 million. So there's another little wrinkle in the story. 2020, 3 years ago, they buy this thing for $16 million. They're now trying to spin this off into being a stock. The offering that they're saying they want to do would spin out PodcastOne as a separate division and expect shares to begin trading at around $8 to $12 each.
Wait a minute, Corny Coin is sounding like a better idea all the time.
Here's another quote from Rob Ellen. We're at $125 million valuation. Overall, as I see this industry, not only are you going to have growth in pure podcasting, but podcasting, live shows, products, and podcasts.
Well, wait a minute. Did he just say that his company is worth $125 million, but they just said when they lost the judgment, they couldn't even pay 10?
They're at $125 million valuation. On paper, to some, they're worth $125 million. How much is that paper
right here,
worth?
I got some paper. Hear that? That's paper right there. And I'm writing down that Corny Coin is worth $150 million. So good day to you. I'm resigning because I'm rich and I'm retiring.
As we are recording, LiveOne today will be announcing their financials, having a big call today. So we'll stay on top of that. But if you have any information, again, CornyDriveThru@gmail.com or Brian@ArcadianVanguard.com. We will continue looking into Colin Thomson, what he did with our money, where that money went, what was his involvement with LiveOne and Rob Ellen and PodcastOne? How can PodcastOne and LiveOne think they can give people who had money stolen from them stock in a publicly traded company to make them whole from the fraud? There's a lot of questions I want answers to, and I think we're going to get them.
And once again, anybody with the SEC, that's the Securities and Exchange Commission for Wall Street, 60609, we'll be glad to tell y'all a few things, too, if you're not already hearing them.
Well, you know who is going to hear a lot of things and who's going to be saying a lot of things about all this? Our good friend and attorney, Stephen P. New.
Well, as a matter of fact, without even any further ado, so that I can get to the big news about Stephen P. New, news about P. New, play that music.
Call Stephen P. If you need to sue. An outlaw mud show or two. Still to the rest.
You know what they're calling him now, don't you, Brian?
No, what's that?
They're just calling him P. New. Shit, there comes P. New. Cover your head. Get out of the way. I'm telling you what, when Stephen P. New walks down the street, he takes up the whole thing. He's got wide shoulders and he's knocking everybody over to the side because P. New has now made news again in the state of West Virginia. Governor Jim Justice, Sid's father, and others in the state of West Virginia are being sued for $330 million by Stephen P. New and New Law Office over their horrible treatment of the prisoners in the jails and prisons and juvenile facilities in the state of West Virginia. They want injunctive relief and forcing the state to do $270 million of maintenance at these various facilities and to spend $60 million to fill worker vacancies, because we've been talking about this on and off now for months since Stephen has gotten involved in this. Apparently, the jails in West Virginia, any kind of jail, the overcrowding is ridiculous. The lack of staffing is ridiculous. The lawsuit alleges that 10,000 inmates of the state are living in inhumane condition. The defendants have subjected the inmates housed at all the state's correctional facilities to inhumane living conditions, deprived them of basic human necessities, acted with deliberate indifference towards the health and safety of inmates, bug infestation, starving these people, not attending to their medical care. And the overcrowding has caused inmates to endure genuine privations and hardship over an extended period of time that may give rise to violations of the 8th and the 14th Amendments. And you know, that 14th Amendment, holy shit. You know, people in prison are allowed to drink along with everybody else, one would think. The 14th Amendment taking away the right to alcohol, for heaven's sake.
That wasn't the 14th Amendment.
Oh, maybe that was 19. Nevertheless, there's a lot of amendments in here. But the lawsuit has been filed. Stephen P. New is going to bring the state of West Virginia to their knees of the way that they've been treating these poor, underprivileged inmates, and even juvenile inmates, underage, underprivileged inmates, for heaven's sake. So if Stephen P. New will fight the governor of the state and all the high muckety-mucks on behalf of prisoners, then certainly he'll fight for you, because you probably, if you're listening to this right now, are a nicer person than an inmate, or at least you're the nicest guy in prison. So if you need help, wrongful termination, damage to you, done financially or emotionally or physically by someone else's negligence, greed, or avarice, newlawoffice.com, 888-692-8084. Operators are standing by. And as soon as Stephen P. New finishes cleaning up the jail system in West Virginia, he will clean up your problem too. He may not be able to get you $330 million, but when we finish putting Colin Thomson under the courthouse, we're expecting at least $12.7 million. Stephen P. New, newlawoffice.com, 888-692-8084.
With that, the drive-thru has closed. In a very pleasant way. Of course, we'll be back on the Jim Cornette Experience in a few days, wherever you find your favorite podcast, and next week right back here on the drive-thru. Go through the archives. Patreon.com/Cornette. $5 a month gets you access to the archive going back to 2013. Patreon.com/Cornette. Of course, subscribe to the official Jim Cornette YouTube channel. Full episodes, clips of episodes, omnibus collections. Just go to YouTube and search for Jim Cornette. It'll come right up. Over 370,000 subscribers and growing every day on our march to 1 million. Subscribe today, the official Jim Cornette YouTube channel. You can follow Jim on Twitter at @TheJimCornette. You can follow me on Twitter at GreatBrianLast. You can hear me on the 605 Superpodcast at 605pod.com, or available wherever you find your favorite podcasts. And of course, the wrestling news each and every day, thewrestlingnews.com directly, or wherever you find your favorite podcasts, Arcadian Vanguard's The Wrestling News. Jim, we started the show with some of the news. What's going on at Cornette's Collectibles?
Well, it's been so long, people may have forgotten the Midnight Express 40th Anniversary Action Figure Collection and all the peripheral items. Go to JimCornette.com right now. See what's there. Read the information. Pre-order starts September 2nd.
At JimCornette.com. Of course, the drive-thru is brought to you by the law office of Stephen P. New, 888-692-8084. Get even with Stephen at newlawoffice.com. But until the experience in a few days, and next week right back here on the drive-thru, for Jim Cornette, I'm the great Brian Last. Tally-ho!